Live streaming is on.
Okay, so we are ready to start a new edition of Kamailio World, and hopefully you can see my screen share. Fred, you can confirm that the screen share is on. You see my slide.
Yep,
I'm not
it
sure.
is on. It looks good.
It's look good. It's the main view because I have a different view here.
Well, it's your presentation view, it looks like.
Yeah, that should be the main view at this moment. Okay, so hopefully the live stream started also on YouTube. And welcome everyone to the 10th edition of Kamailio World, another online edition. Due to situation out there, there are too many risks to plan event on site on our usual time frame, which is May, so late spring, early summer. But we hope that next year we are gonna return there, and we'll see each other in person and have, let's say, personal interaction as well. Till then, we go with the same structure as in the past 2 years. We'll have 2 afternoons with some presentation, open discussion, and we end with the celebration party. Speaking of that, this year marks the 21st year of development, which happened a few days ago, 3rd of September. It's logged in the Git history, and by that we consider like the birthday of Kamailio. It was 1 year internal development, and then it was released as open source. By that time, the project name was SIP Express Router, and therefore we celebrate like 20 years of open source or presence on the open source space for the project. And it happened to be also the 10th edition of this event, Kamailio World. I see from Jovan is not presentation mode. I can switch to it, but used to not work in the past. Let me see if this time it's gonna be better. If not, you'll have to see this like slide mode, but I can. Okay, what's this? So, okay, let me get again with the screen share and have this one and to full screen. Can you still see it? Yeah, looks like. Okay, good that it's working fine. And if anyone has questions at the beginning, we can start. I plan to start the presentation itself at 1 p.m. UTC as we announce it. We might need to reset the live streaming if our instance of Jitsi has some problems. We had to do it last year, if I remember. Maybe this year, as we allocated more resources, is gonna be smoother. And after the event, we will split the session and we'll have one presentation with an associated video. Hopefully we'll also get the slides and we'll post the PDF, the slide decks on kamailio.org/events. And there you can also find the PDF for slide decks from previous edition of Kamailio World, including those from on-site events in Berlin. And yes, don't forget to mute yourself and also switch off video for better quality. When you have questions during the session or at the end of the session, of course, you can unmute and you can speak, or you can paste the question in the chat here if you are in the JITS Meet. If you are watching the live video stream, you can post the question on the YouTube channel, and you can also do it in the Matrix channel. If you join it there, we'll watch these 3 spaces for questions in, let's say, text format. If you are in the room, again, you can just unmute when it's the time and also turn on video to ask the question. This would be the introduction. If no question in terms of structure of the event and so on, we can prepare to start this Kamailio edition. I will have the first presentation, and we'll have another one just before the last session, before this party, where everyone can join. At that moment, we'll let the Jitsi Meet room to get everyone in, and we'll manage in a way. But that one, and at the end of today, will be also like open discussion, and it's good that many joined the room here to have discussion about the current state of Kamailio, future development, and so on. But for the party, we'll be open and we'll talk not only about Kamailio, but everything about real-time communication and other subjects people want to do. Time to start now. So with this online edition of Kamailio World, as I said, it's 21st year of development, and we celebrate this. It's why we organized the event, online event, at the beginning of September. For the on-site event in Berlin, the usual time frame is like May, in the spring, more or less. I'm originally from Romania. I'm just having a short introduction. Many of you knows me, but I know these online events could attract participants from all over the world that cannot travel easy to Berlin, or maybe don't watch Kamailio project closely, but join it today to learn a bit about this project, what can do. I'm living in Berlin, Germany, where I started to work as a researcher at Fraunhofer Focus Institute, the institute that started the project back then in 2001, 2002 with SIP Express router name. Later, I switched to professional consultancy, which I'm doing for more than 15 years now. I'm also involved in other real-time communication-related events like FOSDEM. And I travel to other conferences as well, usually KruCon, AstriCon, when, of course, it was allowed to travel. So you may meet me at different events around the world. I'm a C developer by education, practically a computer science engineer. I'm not coming from the telecom world, but real-time communication today, it's about network communication, more or less. A short timeline to have it in mind. So it started as SIP Express router project in Fraunhofer Focus. It was developed internally for about 1 year. When it got to like a usable state, it was released as an open source application, GPL version 2 or later. Became quite popular, and the institute created a private entity, a commercial company, which was acquired by US company back in 2005, which ended up in creating a fork, which was named OpenSCR at that time. And later in 2008, due to some trademark issues, we had to rename to Kamailio, and practically it's the name that we have at this moment. Actually, in 2008, we also merged back with the main or upstream branch, the original SIP Express router, just to have an idea of what's now Kamailio. But because of trademark issues and so on, later we decided to continue with Kamailio as the main project name these days. We are at the release version 5.6, like major release, with minor release being 5.6.1 at this moment. The major release was out in May this year. We did many releases over the years, as you can see in this diagram. If you wonder about the name, again, if you are new to this space, Kamailio, it's a Hawaiian word. It's the verb for to converse, to talk. So it seems related to real-time communication, or at least voice over IP telephony. And like translated from English, let's speak SIP to Hawaiian language, would be this e Kamailio. SIP in Hawaiian language, it's with an apostrophe, making it phonetic, so pronouncing it like Kamailio. You can find some audios out there from Alison and other people speaking the name if you want to hear it from professional people. Otherwise, yeah, at the end, you can pronounce it how it comes easier. We understand what's about. This is the reason you see the Hawaiian archipelago behind the slide, the origin or the relation with the current name of the project. Now to the topic of the presentation. Shortly about 5.5, so this is the previous latest stable release, which was actually before the previous Kamailio edition, but just to refresh a little bit about it, being done last year. It came with 6 new modules. S worker, this is like special task worker processing, which allowed delegation of SIP message processing to a group of workers that are initialized via core parameters. Think about receiving maybe too much traffic over TLS connection if you have one-to-one, and then you can delegate each SIP message to be processed on a different application child forked process. Then JSON Web Token module for generating and validating them could be useful if you integrate with web applications. A new module related to Stir Shaken, which could be interesting to look at. Its name Stir Shaken. We already had another one, Sexy ID module, which got kind of extension with the Sexy ID proc module to make it work with how Golang libraries are designed. Then we had a module related to WebSocket client connectors. So we had support for WebSocket in Kamailio, but Kamailio acting as a server, so accepting this WebSocket connection from Webrtc endpoints. This one is a client where Kamailio can connect over WebSocket to external application, and one direct use case in Kamailio, its ability to control RTP engine via WebSocket, because the latest RTP engine supports control protocol over WebSocket. And then a new module related to RTP relaying, LRK proxy, lightweight RTP kernel-based proxying. We had, of course, like RTP proxy, RTP engine, media proxy also, and this is an alternative. You can look, see if suits better your needs. Might be the choice that you want to use. And then I haven't listed here anything about enhancements to other components of Kamailio that existed before 5.5. I gave here the link to them. There are a lot of extensions there to the core, to the existing modules, but the focus would be on 5.6 release, which happened this year, also in May. And this one has 7 new modules. One is kind of based on the previous malloc test, but it was reorganized to integrate better with OSS Fuzz project from the Google. So practically last year we did a lot of fuzzing with the help of this Google open source project, which help us to detect like corner cases in parsing, like CPRIs or CP headers. So it was quite useful. So far, there were no other reports that we haven't addressed, but this was quite useful from the point of view of security and stability. A new module from Emanuel Schimbauer, Nat S. This, although could suggest is related to Nat traversal, it's actually not. It's related to NATS, which is a pub/sub messaging system, which is quite popular and becoming more popular. It's something based on Go, as far as I understood, and has quite good resilience and stability, and it's also quite easy to use. So this could be like an alternative to other message queues that we have in Kamailio, like RabbitMQ or NSQ. So it's something that you can look at if you need to exchange data between Kamailio instances, eventually through some broker, or between Kamailio and external application. PostOps, it's a module, and I'll have a bit more about it in my second presentation tomorrow, just before the party session. This was more from the perspective of using Kemi scripting, these embedded scripting languages like Python, Lua, JavaScript, where it's easy to work with arrays or with positioning buffers. Can be also used in native Kamailio configuration file. Functions are exported in both interfaces. But the idea is that, okay, you can say at this position, I want to delete so many characters, or at this position in the C message buffer, I want to insert this text, and also set a character by position, find the position of some string or regular expression. So this kind of operations that could be done with positions and could facilitate updating the SIP message content, especially from these embedded scripting languages. Ruxis, another module I wrote. I wanted to have some alternative to the HTTP client support that we had in Kamailio, which relies on libcurl, came because of some crashes I had on some instances that were not related to SIP and Kamailio itself, like it was crashing during opening the TLS connection for HTTPS, and I was not sure where the problem is. And when you have the pressure of, hey, this is a production, we can't really spend time on looking around without exact target. I decided to look for an alternative just to rule out. And as I couldn't find anything else in the C space, and I also wanted to play a little bit with Rust to see what can do and what features offers, I actually wrote a library in Rust, which then I made a wrapper module in Kamailio. And I can say that in those deployments that had this kind of sudden crashes at the TLS level negotiation and so on, became stable. The funny part was that similar configs with the similar modules running more or less on similar ecosystem like Debian stable was not exposing the same issues as I face it on the one that crashed it. Probably it was also related to the other endpoint, which was not in my control. So if you have some issue with HTTPS connections and you don't know why, again, typically should happen before Kamailio does anything in terms of transmission. It's during the establishment of this secure connection. Then look at this module might be an alternative or a quick solution till the problem is found. Another module I added would be SIP repo. It's in the stable version, can be used for some operation, but it's kind of ongoing work there. The idea was to be able to keep versions of the SIP message. Like I want to keep this version, put it there with this tag, do some other operation, maybe apply changes, save it again, and so on, and later get back some of the old versions. And maybe SIP repo together with S-Worker, which I added in the previous major release 5.6, could be like a starting point for maybe a Kamailio 6.0, where at the last Kamailio development meeting in person, which was in Düsseldorf, hosted by SIPgate a few years ago, we kind of plan it like a pool of workers, like common pool of workers and so on. Hopefully we'll discuss again once traveling becomes more easier to do and we can meet and eventually start working in that direction, which I'll give a bit more details about our plans with developer meeting at the end of this presentation. Slack was a contributed module that you can connect to Slack channels and push messages there. Could be for monitoring, alerting, and so on. Personally, I haven't used it, but if your team is Slack oriented, check it, could help in operating Kamailio. And TLS-A, this is more like a wrapper, a meta module around the original TLS, which is linking the Libra Ssl in a statical mode. So that will avoid sharing the global SSL context from Libra Ssl with other modules. It's somehow oriented to Linux only for this statically linking. Like I tested on Debian, and I know some people use it for Ubuntu. I haven't tested on other operating systems. But again, this could help in some situation where you have conflicts with other modules that could be indirectly linked with libSSL, like libMySQL client we use it in our DB MySQL module, and libMySQL itself, it's linked against Libra Ssl. The thing is that some of these libraries, they expect that Libra Ssl is using the default memory manager, which is the system malloc and free. However, Kamailio initialized them from share memory manager from the beginning with the share memory manager, and then if the library assumes no, it's there like the usual memory malloc, they can do by themselves malloc without using the internal OpenSSL API for alloc and free. So they don't use properly the libSSL API, and then could end up in some conflicts that have unexpected behavior like crashes or content that should not be like that. So these are the new modules. A lot of features in this major release, like removing old files that were stored by the zip dump, updates for the Kemi interpreters from Lua, Python, JavaScript, Scala language, more flexibility in detecting what is the socket used for sending or receiving, and then getting attributes like what's the address, what's the advertised address, what's the name, could help in doing the logic in the config file. Ability to add your DNS SRV records directly to Kamailio, so without leveraging external DNS server, could be useful for testing or for speeding up even with the first messages there. No DNS lookup should be performed. That also DNS SRV support for dispatcher. A bit more will speak about these iterators for headers and body lines in my last presentation. Will be from Kemi perspective there, but again, same functions will be available in the Kamailio config file as well. More flexibility in accessing the values for headers that could appear many times. In VI, you can have many addresses separated by comma, and if you want to have the first, second, same will be with contact, record, route headers. More flexibility in interaction with RTP engine, like sending a query, a command, getting the result in the JSON format, so not only related to start the call session and the call session, but also getting statistics or other stuff could be done from Kamailio config file. Quite some work was done also for Stir Shaken. That is probably interesting for the North American people. So you have now the flexibility to build your own JSON, so with extended attributes and so on, and generate identity. So not the core standard specs for JSON, you can extend it with other fields and so on. You have function to replace the entire zip message buffer content. And again, I'll have a bit more from in the last session in my presentation there. Option to remove TCP TLS contacts when loading from the database at startup, which could be useful because when you shut down Kamailio, practically all connections are closed, and it's very unlikely to reconnect with the same attributes like source port and destination addresses. So those connections will be like the attributes related to the previous connection likely are not going to be valid. And then if the client side gets like connection interrupted, we'll try to reconnect. And practically we'll do a new registration after Kamailio starts again. So this is an option that you can enable if you have a lot of TCP TLS contact. This avoids like having two contacts, one with an invalid connection associated to it, which can use some resources as Kamailio can try to connect over it. Quite a lot of new variables and transformation. I gave here the link to the release notes. there are many more than I expected when I did the summary. So do check them because can help if you have some, let's say, specific needs in routing SIP with Kamailio. A few months since the 5.6 is released, so we have also new features in the development branch. We'll have a presentation from Richard about the TLS Wolf SSL module, an alternative TLS support using Libra Wolf SSL. So we'll learn a bit later today about the status of the module, the purpose, and so on. Atomic increment for variables with a value in shared memory could be used for metrics and so on to avoid locking in the config file. Rotating XAVPs or getting contact attributes in XAVPs for routing and pushing AVP fields to destination set are somehow related. I added for a lightweight routing based on registration, but not for endpoints, more like server to server communication. And to be able to do rerouting and so on, it could be something that probably previously you could do it with T-load contacts and T-serialized contacts. I was looking at the lightweight version based on XAVPs. And not only I wanted to have the ability to fetch attributes for destination, not only from contact, location contact record, but also from other backends, like directly from the database, as an example. Some work on dialogue or from Victor Seva. I will have also a presentation from Karsten. He did also some extensions to the dialogue module, more maybe from the IMS perspective in his case, but there are some updates to the dialogue module as well. Enhancements to the topos module for this topology stripping, too many IMS modules, transaction management as well, new variables and defines are also already in the development branch, just to know what to expect at this quite early phase in the 5.7 development, but these features are in the code repository. You have to look at the Git history because there is no summary online for them if you want to see more details. So this would be what was happening in terms of Kamailio features during the last year. Of course, we had last year also this event, Kamailio World. We continue to do it online. From the ecosystem, CamCLI got also many new features. I listed here the general description of the tool and the existing features. Among the last additions from the past years will be RPC command auto completion. So at startup, this connects to Kamailio, fetches the list of available I think 7, you have to wait. I'm not sure. For me, it took the main screen with your presentation. I'm not sure if everyone sees my presentation as main screen.
No, it's been overridden.
7, can you stop your screen sharing? Okay, I'm back on the main screen. Fred, can you confirm? I can't see it.
Yep, it's all you now.
Okay, so I'll find it. Then integration with API ban, enhancements for accounting and CDRs. So look at this project that aims to provide control tool for, like a modern control tool for Kamailio. Also enhancements to this project related to stir shaken which offers a library that Kamailio uses, but also offers command line tools that you can test, validate, also like a REST API server that you can integrate with other applications, not only with Kamailio. You have the link here. As I get questions about the book, no updates since the update for version 5.3. The pandemic, although I expected to have more time for spending on this book, was actually the opposite. A lot of work that had to be done in the, let's say, private space with homeschooling, home kindergarten, and so on. Maybe next year would be better. The usual resources that I try to give away every time so people can find like documentations, our communication channels like mailing list or the matrix channel download and so on. And before ending, we hope to be able to get again in person to a developers meeting. SIPGate is happy to host us again in Düsseldorf, and maybe in 1 month and a half, this is gonna happen. Maybe 1-2 weeks now to decide if worth to do it, who is interested to participate. But the idea is that not only like existing developers, everyone can join that wants to help on site with improving documentation. We're gonna work like together. We'll decide on what topics to address during like 2 days of let's say brainstorming, but also effective work on the code and documentation. So keep an eye on kamailio.org and mailing list for announcements on our developers event. If it's going to happen, it's going to be in SIPGate, free participation, but who comes there will have to take care of own traveling and accommodation expenses. More details in the next days, few weeks. And this is it from my side. For the question, let's use the last session of today. Ask me anything, because I'm sure there will be questions not related to my presentation only. I can answer question for anything else. And don't forget about the celebration party, the last session where you can join with a drink next to you with cake and have a free discussion with the community. Thank you everyone now, and I hope the quality was good, as I couldn't monitor from any of my screens here, being focused on the presentation. And not to delay it, next presentation comes from 7Do, which it's someone that I know for quite a long time from the Free Switch community. We met a few times in Chicago during KluCons, but he does a lot of things with Kamailio, including a Chinese version of a Kamailio book. 7, thank you for taking the time to join us today and prepare your presentation. It's about the building clusters with Kamailio, Lua, Nat system, as well as putting, of course, Free Switch there for media services. 7, once again, thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
You sound great.
Nice. Okay, hello, everyone. I'm 7Do. I'm new to the Kamailio world. It's the first time. 7Do is my it's like a network name, and my real name is Du Jinfang, and we call our we speak our surname first in China. I located in Yantai, China, and at the seaside of the Pacific Ocean. When I first graduated, like 20 years ago, it's 2001, I graduated from school and from my university and went to China and worked for China Telecom. And my main job was to maintain all kinds of switches. It's a system 140 Lucent and Huawei devices. And this picture was took a few years ago, but it's the same as 20 years ago, but it's all powered off. It was TDM world, but we replaced everything with SIP. Since 2001, it's also the year of Kamailio, right? It's very special year. And my main job was to find out the problem, and if there's a problem, I check which one had a problem. I replace the hardware, the circuit board. Okay, that's not fun, but I really like software, and especially open source software. A few years later, I left that company and joined a new company, which do online training. And for Chinese students, they need to learn English, and they want to talk to native speakers like like in the United States or the United Kingdom. And I also learned my English in there. We started to use free switch building VoIP networks, so to help them students to make cheap call, international call. And later we started use Kamailio. Actually, I first learned Kamailio and SIP with this book, but we didn't do well, and we spent all the money a few years, and the company finally shut down, and I lost my job. So I have to do. I lost my job. I became a consultant and help people to build a VoIP system because I know FreeSwitch and Kamailio. And finally, today, I built many large VoIP systems for companies, mostly in China. And also, I contributed a lot of code to FreeSwitch and contributed some code to Kamailio. I also created the FreeSwitch community, Chinese community, and co-founded the Kamailio Chinese community. I even created a new community called Real-Time Solution. I want to bridge the open source world to the commercial world, and so everything can work together. But it's been 2 years. I still the only member in the community. And the RTSCon really works. We do that once a year. It's like a Kamailio World. Also, I write my own book. I write a book called Free Switch, the Definitive Guide. Nearly everyone in China read my book if they learn Free Switch. And I just wanted to let everyone know that the new book will be available in a few weeks. I started to write this book from the last September, and it almost took me a year and the publisher to make that. Finally, it will be out in a few weeks. So great thanks to Daniel, helped me a lot in public, answering a lot questions on the public mailing list and in private emails. And thanks the community made Kamailio so great, and I learned a lot from the wiki. It was also great. It is also great, and I also learned a lot from the Kamailio, the main book. So happy birthday to Kamailio. And that's too much about me. And so my talk today is all about Lua, and actually my book it's all about Lua. I use Lua as long as possible. For all the examples in the Kamailio book. So today I'm going to talk talk about Lua, free switch, XUI, Nats, Kamailio, and some unit tests. So what is Lua? And I think everyone already know Lua, right? Lua is an embeddable, lightweight, and fast and powerful scripting language. And a lot of software using Lua, like FreeSwitch, PostgreSQL, and Redis, VLC, Wireshark, they all use Lua. They all written by with C language, but C is a little hard, right? So you can use Lua to extend the main functionality and make that easier. Kamailio from V 5.0 has a Kamailio embedded interface, and it supports Lua and other Python, JavaScript, or Ruby, or other interfaces, or other languages. And FreeSwitch also support Lua. It's using Swig. Swig is a software development tool that connects programs written in C and C++ with a variety of high-level programming languages. FreeSwitch support Lua, Pro, Java, Python, PHP, and maybe C# and maybe other languages also embedded. So here is an example that in FreeSwitch answer a call with a Lua script. In FreeSwitch, when a call hits FreeSwitch, it's called a session or called a channel. So a session object is automatically created in the Lua script. So you can just use that to answer a call and play a file, play a sound file. You can also use TTS to speak, and for sure it supports Chinese and other languages. And finally, you can hang up the call with hang up. So it's very easy. But we need a web interface. Most of the time we need to web interface to control to configure the server, and a modern web interface is different than before, right? And the old web server rendered everything HTML, JavaScript, but the modern browser has become more powerful, and it just load a minimal HTML and JavaScript, and all the further information is exchanged with the server with the JSON data, so the browser can render the data in the browser. And we use FreeSwitch. Since FreeSwitch has a built-in web server, and it can call a Lua script, and then pull from the database and generate some JSON, and then it's a web server. So with that we don't need like a PHP or Java or other Python or other languages we don't need another web server. We just need FreeSwitch and Lua to make everything work. To make that easy to write, I write in a framework called Extra. I will talk about it later. And Extra actually also, since it's Lua, it also works in Nginx. Nginx has a fork called Webrtc. Webrtc is just some Nginx plus Lua, and it can also run Extra. And I also works on porting Extra to Kamailio, since it also works. This is the interface I made with Extra. So the the code in the foreground in the browser is React.js, and it just load JavaScript from the backend, and the backend side is just FreeSwitch. We can use that to manage code extensions, routes, IVRs, DIDs, and gateways and trunks, everything in the browser. Okay, so what is Extra? Extra is basically an MVC framework, works in FreeSwitch, Kamailio, and Webrtc. It's greatly inspired from Sinatra, Espresso, Flask, Bottle, and Mercury. And also Extra get its name from Sinatra. I actually was a Ruby programmer. Here is the controller side. So when browser send a request to the server can get its root. If it want to get a page, and it goes to a path, and then it return call a callback function and return the channel here. So this API is REST API in FreeSwitch. It returns all the channels in FreeSwitch. So it just call API and show channel as a JSON and return all the channels. And if you want to get a particular channel, you can pass a UUID and and then get only the single UUID. And also, if you want to create a channel, FreeSwitch has an API called Originate. It can call a user with destination number and then create a channel in FreeSwitch. And put, you can change, you can modify the FTP and doing re-invite. And if you want to hang up a call, just call delete. It will map to delete. So it's very well mapped to the RESTful API. And this is the controller. And for the model, we created XDB. XDB is a simple ORM. So our ORM is some called object relational map. So it maps relational database relation into objects in your native language. Here we use Lua. And here is the user example. And if you want to find all users, you just call XDB find all users. It will map to translate into SQL to select star from users. Also, you can get a particular user. You can create a user with XDB create. You can update a user or delete a user. It naturally maps to CURD and SQL. Here is the example. It works in Kamailio, and Kamailio has a version table, right? So you can just use XDB find all version, and it returns all the rows in the version table. And if you do that natively in the Kamailio way, you need a lot of code to make that, and you need to get the result into a pseudo variable and get that. It's very tedious and very hard to read, but with XDB, it's only one line. So and the code, we just we just use some magic in Lua. So Lua is very powerful. The function in Lua is the first class citizen. So you can assign a function to a variable and thing. So here is the example, the XDB connect, it will connect to this bit. So if it's an Nginx or Webrtc, you will get an Nginx table, then it called the Nginx connect PG to connect to the database. We use Postgres. And else it will connect the DB. Connect DB will test if it's in KSR. If KSR is available, it means it's in Kamailio. So it using KSR connect the DB. And if it's in FreeSwitch, it's use FreeSwitch DBH to connect to FreeSwitch. And this is another example that doing log. We use actual .log to map nginx.log or KSR.log or FreeSwitch console log. So so one line will work in 3 different software. So with that framework, we created the XSwitch interface. It's like a FreeSwitch web console, and here we use dispatcher. We use dispatcher a lot to dispatch calls for Kamailio. So here we create a new trunk. We call that trunk. A trunk is just an remote IP address. We set up a trunk, and we can create trunk groups. We can group a group of trunks into groups, and so trunk groups and trunks are actually many-to-many relationships. Many-to-many relationships, and for example, if a trunk group has many trunks and the trunk can belong to many trunk groups. We just if one trunk group has many trunks, the trunk group ID can map to dispatcher set ID, and the trunk maps to dispatcher role. We can create a view to match the dispatcher table structure, or we just use the dispatcher table, but trunk it and insert each time on trunk it changes. When we prepared the dispatcher table, we can click reload button on the UI to call in HTTP API. Then it called dispatcher.reload to reload the trunk, all the trunk, and then it will Kamailio will take up the new setting. This is an example. We do that if we handle HTTP requests in Kamailio. It use the HTTP model. It use a basic token. If the token pass the check, then it will call the JSON RPC. Then call that it then call dispatcher.reload and reload all the rules. We also support multi-tenant. So XSwitch can be built with a cloud. We call XSwitch Cloud. We we chose a very easy way to do multi-tenant. So per tenant per free switch and per free switch per Docker. We use Docker. And we use one big database, and we use PostgreSQL. And PostgreSQL has very good stuff. It's called schema. Schema is naturally isolated all the schema. So each tenant, we give it a schema. So every tenant is isolated. It has its own table sets. For example, a 7.xswitch.cn goes to the 7 schema, and demo go to the demo schema, etc. And at the foreground, we use Kamailio as the SBC. So all the phones register to the SBC and making call, and SBC will forward really all the same message to different tenants. And we just made some simple and dirty way we created a map in Lua, and it will map a domain into SIP URL. And when a call comes in, we just check if the domain can map to a SIP URL, then we can just set the destination URL, and then we relay the call. Okay, we also use NAS. So what is NAS? NAS is it's a message queue. It's like Kafka or RabbitMQ. So the basic function is that it pops up. It can pops up messages, and it has a feature called a message queue and a queue group. So different subscribers can subscribe into one queue, and only one subscriber will get a message. So message will only delivered to one subscriber. So we can use that to do round-robin dispatch. We mainly use that to control free switch. For example, if a call comes in, Kamailio will dispatch to different free switch using dispatcher model, and wherever if it hit one free switch will generate a event. We created a model, NATS model in free switch, and it will publish a message to NATS server, and then it will be delivered to one of the controller. So the controller can handle the call. It can answer the call, send a message to answer the call, and to play IVR, to do everything, bailing and everything. It's very easy. It decoupled the control, and actually you can add more controllers as you need and as you scale. Also, we since Kamailio, the new Kamailio support NATS, we subscribe to NATS, subscribe to some specific special queues and subjects. and then free switch can publish messages to Kamailio. So, for example, if you want to scale, if you can put more free switch servers in your cloud, right? This is cloud native, and free switch will generate a publish message to NHS called I'm online, and Kamailio will know that, and it will then start to route call to the new free switch server. So you don't need to reconfigure Kamailio. You don't need to manually reload the dispatcher's routes. Everything just happens automatically. You just add more free switch servers as you scale, or you can shut down different free switch servers. The code is quite easy. We use the dispatcher. We use NAS model in Kamailio, and it connects to NAS and then subscribe to some topics or subjects, and it will call an event callback when a message is delivered to Kamailio, and Kamailio can test the event type with the event name, and then call a callback function called handle control message. The handle control message is too long to be pasted here, so let me just talk that it's basically it's doing the NAS data is the message it get. It's just a JSON string, and this code the Lua code just convert JSON string into a JSON object with CJSON. And if it's a node register, it means a free switch server started up. Or if it's a node update, it means heartbeat. So it updates a hash table. And if it is node unregistered, it means a free switch went away, and we also update the hash table. Then we whenever the hash table changes, we dump the hash table into a file called dispatcher.list ej, and then we call dispatcher.load to via JSON RPC to reload the dataset. So everything happens automatically. That's the nature of the cloud native, right? And here's another example. We do that in conferences. So the more traditional use of the dispatcher is for round robin to dispatch all the calls to different servers evenly as it can, right, with round robin. But for conference cases, we want everyone call into the same conference. We want that go into the same server. That is called affinity, right? The server affinity. Then Kamailio has algorithm to do that. For example, it can hash over URL. Then we can use that to stick that to a same free switch server. And in real life, our logic is more complicated than that. So we created a custom function, get group ID and number. We created a Lua function and pull from the database to decide which server this call should go to, and then we use the 7 algorithm. It hash over the content of PV string. So PV string is a pseudo string. We use the group ID and number to create a PV string, and then use the 7 algorithm to dispatch that call to the desired server. With that, we can create a large conference group, and we can we can also bridge conference to conference from different free switch servers. We built a video conference for 1,000 users on different free switch servers. Okay, that is beyond the topic of Kamailio. So we don't talk that in more detail. And one of the other good thing is that Lua, with Lua, you can easily write unit tests. So why write unit tests? Because Lua is a scripting language, and the native config script is also it's also a scripting language. A scripting language, it's very hard to find error. Especially some errors only happen when you run it, and it only happens in runtime. With unit test, you can find that before you on production. So since Lua is a dynamic language, we can mock every function. We can mock its options, its cancel, its invite. We can mock as we want. Actually, you don't actually need Kamailio. You just write a function, and here is the more function. You just mock that. Then we put that into a file called a key test, and then we can write the test. We can do file, use do file, load the key test, and do file, load the Kamailio.lua. It's the main routing logic of the Lua script, and we can use its assert to test if the function is true or not. We can livenly change the function. For example, let it return 0, and then another assert will equal to false. So you don't really need, when you mock everything, you don't really need Kamailio. You just run that from the command line and run with the key test, and all your Kamailio logic will work. Here is more example when I use that to test my Nat module. And the Nat module is not it's a new model, so it has some bugs and some it cannot work. So I just write some tests, and it passed my test, it passed my mock. Then I fix it the Kamailio code. Then it works, and then that fix already been merged into the new Kamailio release, I think. So okay, basically that's all my talk. So I want to open source my actual and the key text, but I'm not quite ready now. I created some stuff on the GitHub, so you can watch that. We will release that in a few months to share to everyone. So in summary, in my talk, I talked Lua, free switch, XUI, NAS, Kamailio, and unit tests. I'm not talking in particular order, but I hope I covered everything I promised. So that's all. 谢谢大家. Thank you.
Thank you, Seven. Thank you a lot for all these tools that you plan to make available. Sounded very interesting. I'm also a big fan of Lua, so definitely I should find some time to look at your components there. Now we have a bit of time for questions. No worries if we get a bit delay, because we have flexibility towards the end of the day. Anyone here that wants to ask a question in the room? Then I have a question from the YouTube, but maybe first time someone wants to unmute and ask question here. If not, or if you still think about, I have a question from the YouTube channel. In the UI, there was a register switch for the trunk. How is it implemented in Kamailio? Using UAC module, or maybe it's not even related to Kamailio. So probably somewhere back in your slides, you had like a register switch for the trunk.
Oh, there we have two implementation. The first one, we just forward everything into free switch, so it will still register to free switch. We use the pass model to forward the contact into free switch, so free switch can remember the Kamailio pass and return back. And another approach is that we just register to Kamailio, and Kamailio will just and the Kamailio will call a database and call the free switch database. The free switch database is then return the register the extension subscribe. It's the same as the subscribed table, so it handles the register. If
Okay.
that's for the user register or for the trunk register out.
Okay. So I hope that answer. It was a question from Matteo Brancaleoni, if I pronounce it correctly. And he said it's for the trunk out.
Oh, okay, trunk out. Sorry. For trunk out, we also have two implementation. We sometimes we use we just register from FreeSwitch, and another one we use the UAC model in Kamailio. We just insert into the Kamailio table, UAC table, and then we reload. We call UAC reload or something. Then reload the register.
Okay. Okay, question here on the chat in Jitsi Room. Are you offering this solution to other providers or you built it for yourself?
For myself.
Okay, that's quick answer. And I see no other question. One from me, because I'm getting more and more curious about NATs or NATS, however is pronounced it better. Have you looked before at other message queuing like RabbitMQ and SQ? And if yes, why you decided for NATs? Let's call it like this.
No, I actually didn't use Kafka or any other message queue. Because I already used NAS to control FreeSwitch for a long time. It's very good since the queue sub. And another feature is request response. Well, I didn't cover in this talk, but it's really great and flexible to control FreeSwitch.
Okay.
With NAS.
Yeah, as I said, I heard a lot about this PubSub messaging system, and I wanted to get also why you choose it. Thanks, then, Seven. If someone else wants to ask later, maybe you can do it on mailing list if you are not available here. I know you are Far East Asia, and it's getting late. It's why I try to put the speakers from Asia at the beginning of the days. Anyhow, I know it's already quite late there, and thanks
I'm fine.
again
I'll be
for
hanging out
joining.
a few hours. Oh, I also can be in the Matrix room. So just ask if you have any question.
Thank you, Sevan. Thank you so much
Okay,
for helping also with the Chinese community and propagating open source in your area. Now it's time to go to the next session, and we have our well-known Fred Posner from different roles within our community. Today also helping in the backstage with the infrastructure, but at least in North America, it's one of the people present at many events, speaking not only about Kamailio, but Asterix, FreeSwitch, everything RTC. Today he joins us to give us again the basics for the Nat Ssl, as we keep working on that issue for 20 years, and new generation comes to our project. It's good to have a refresh in this topic. Thank you, Fred, again for helping with a lot of things related to Kamailio project, and the floor, it's yours.
Well, thank you. It's always great to be here. Let me work on sharing my screen. Sorry for the slowness here. All right, juggling hats, right? And then let's see. All right, I believe my screen is shared. If anyone can confirm it.
Looks good, yeah. Perfect.
Great. So today I wanted to talk about basic NAT handling. And the reason I wanted to do that is because this is a common question that we see on the mailing list and in Matrix. And, honestly, I haven't gone on IRC in a couple of years. But it's a common question that we get when people are deploying Kamailio for the first time, just basic NAT issues. And I wouldn't be me if I didn't say that, if we look at someone in the community called, Ole, who's been very influential for many of us, his response would most likely be, hey, this is stupid. Just use IPv6 already. And I wish we could. And if we did that, then we could end the presentation and just say, thank you. See you next year. But sadly, IPv4 is, still with us and will most likely be with us for quite some time. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about, starting with, NAT. And here, of course, we're not talking about the bug NAT. We're talking about, NAT. So this is NAT reversal. And the agenda that we'll talk about today is basic NAT handling. A very quick introduction. What is NAT? Which would be very quick. Handling NAT in endpoints, and then dealing with when Kamailio is behind NAT, and then some time for your questions, of course. And so the quick introduction is, hi, I'm Fred. On Twitter, I'm Fred Posner. Matrix handle is Fred at matrix.lod.com. That's my favorite way to communicate. Here's a picture of my amazing family, my beautiful wife and daughter, and, who misses coming to Kamailio World in person. And if you need to contact me, please reach out at qxork.com, and all my contact info is there. When we talk about NAT, the biggest part that we do is with RFC 2663, of course, which discusses everything and going for there. But, this really isn't about the networking side in NAT, and it's not really about RFCs, because as we all know, the beautiful thing about working in open source and connecting to so many aspects is either someone is RFC compliant or they're not. And if they're not, they just say, well, that's the way it is, and too bad. So Kamailio has many different ways of handling all the types of NAT that we see, whether it's full cone, restricted cone, symmetric, one-to-one, one-to-many, all that kind of stuff. But again, it doesn't really matter. NAT routing works. Okay, you're probably running on Linux, or some of you maybe FreeBSD or something, but NAT is going to work, and it's happening generally outside of the system running Kamailio. And we are just working as to what happens when something that's using a private IP address is connecting to us. And I like to think about the sixth sense, where endpoints, they don't even know that they're natted, right? So Kamailio sees NAT packets, and they don't even know that they're natted. They see them everywhere. So the private space that we try to go through, that's defined in RFC 1918. So your 10 network, the big portion of the 172.16 network, and your 192.168 network, as well as we can identify some of the 10 shared space and the /29 and 24 that's defined in 7335. In your basic scenario for Kamailio dealing with natted endpoints, right? And I'm talking about not on the same local network as Kamailio. In our normal scenarios, you have a phone that probably has an IP address of 10.1.2, for example, 10.1.1.2, right? And its public IP might be, 8.8.8.8, for example, just throwing Google out there. And so when it connects to Kamailio, and let's say it sends, for example, a register, right? When it comes here, it's telling Kamailio, hey, this is my IP address. I'm 10.1.1.2. When I send you an invite with SDP, it's also going to have that private IP address. It gives you no indication in the SIP message anything regarding the public IP. And this is your normal scenario, right? You do have some endpoints that might be behind a SIPware or different type of proxy that might handle this for you. But in most cases, when you're dealing with NAT, we're just going to get this information. We're going to get that it's 10.1.1.2. And the only thing that we can use is the tools that we have from within Kamailio to help identify where this should go and how we can communicate properly with that endpoint. And when you use these normal tools, and most of them are right there in the default configuration that comes when you install Kamailio, you're going to have very few NAT problems. The issue is, of course, keeping in mind and keeping a knowledge of what is connecting to you and helping to troubleshoot. So one of the first tools that works great with Kamailio is a force R port, right? This is a core function. You can either call it by force _ R port as a function, or if you just are going to use it all the time, you could add it to your normal config of a force R port equals, and then just turn it on. And what this does is it adds the R port parameter to the first via header of the received message. This means that when we go back, we can send to this client. I'm going to go back in a slide, right? So this client that came to us that says, hey, I'm connecting to you on port 5060. Maybe it really came in on a different port, right, through the firewall. We need to send back to that same port so that the firewall will forward it to that endpoint, because remember, that endpoint probably poked a hole through the firewall, which will remain open as long as we send communication back to it. If we send it to the wrong port, firewall is going to block it. So force R port is the first aspect that you like to use, and there's in your default configuration, it's called as a function. Then we have the Nat Helper Module. Nat Helper Module is essential here, right? It uses your UAC test, your Nat UAC test, which lets you know whether something is within private space or not. You can add a contact alias. You can fix natted registrations as well as SDP. And those are just 4 of the common functions, but there's a lot more in Nat Helper, including keep alives and pings that you can do to keep connections to that firewall so it doesn't close. Some of them will close as quickly as 5 minutes. I guess a more aggressive one might even be worse. So in your default config example within Kamailio, this is how it shows handling some of these functions, right? So the first thing we're going to do is a Nat UAC test, and I'll talk about that, what the 19 means in the next slide. And then we're going to say, okay, if it's a register, and assuming it's coming to me to handle that register, let me fix it. So I'm just going to update my registration with the information I need so I can connect to its real public IP, because this guy is coming from a private IP space. Or if it's not, if it's something I'm going to proxy on, let's say, then I'm going to set an alias. And what this does is it allows me to add to their contact handle or their contact header the information of their private IP, of their public IP that they connected to, so that I can then forward acts or buys or whatever I need back to that client properly. And I'm going to set a flag as well for this one when we're dealing with RTP. That 19, as in most things with Kamailio, when you first start, sometimes there's many different options. So on the UAC test, I have a lot of different options. I'm not expecting you to read it on this slide. I'd love it if you read it online. It's just in the Nat Helper module README file, or in the module help file, whichever you'd like. But your 19 is the standard that most of us just generally use out of the pocket. It covers a lot of our situations. And so in this one, we're saying, okay, does the contact header field itself have a private IP address? Okay. Is in the via header that we first get, is that IP, you know, a little bit different than the source IP that we got it from? And then is the source port different from the port in the via header? And so those two together, we have, you know, test number 1, test number 2, test number 16. You add those 3 together, you get 19. So that's what those tests wanted to do, right? If I wanted to also search the top via header, I could add 4 to it and make it 23, you know, and things on like that. There's also a lot of Webrtc testing here and WebSockets to work with your Webrtc implementations as well. So this is the first aspect, is checking to see if this is a private IP that we need to connect to. And then when we're dealing with the fixed NATed register, for example, we need to load the module of registrar, of course, and Nat Helper, and then add the AVPs that we need for those. And then when we run a fixed NATed register, the contact that we had before of Alice at 10.1.1.2 at 5060 will get a received parameter in there of, now it's, for example, the public IP of 8.8.8 on the port of 5062, which it really came in on. So then we can then use that when communicating with this client. It gets saved in the location, and we also have that saved in the parameter for us. If we were instead just forwarding it on, we'd add an alias, and that alias would do the same thing, where it would do the IP, the public IP, the port we got it on, as well as the protocol. So in this case, 1. The second part of that is handling that RURI alias, so that when it comes in, and in the default config, we're doing this in the within dialog, and we're saying, okay, well, here I have a loose route, you know, some sort of message that's coming back. Let me handle that RURI alias and send it to the correct public IP for that endpoint. I'm not going to send it to the private IP, which would never route. And so that's how we can first just set up the calls. The next major aspect that people have the problem with is SDP, right? And Nat, and making a very unhappy Alice there, because she can't hear the call. The call was set up correctly, but no audio is flowing, right? And so the problem we have there is the same kind of changes that we made in the SIP signaling we need to set for the RTP aspects. If I'm running RTP engine, I could do a Nat Uac test as well, just checking if there's any in the SDP or anything like that, and then use the SIP source address. So I'm going to use that the public IP that it came in. I'm going to replace it in the SDP, and then if I'm using RTP proxy, I could use the RTP proxy manage option of, let's say, CO. And if I'm not doing any proxying of the media at all, I'm go directly from the client to whatever media server is going, then I could run a fix natted SDP so that I can hopefully send that whatever media server is going to get it down the end, the proper IP of that, the public IP of that endpoint. Where things really get fun is when we have Kamailio behind Nat. Okay, so not only are we going to deal with natted endpoints, we also have Kamailio that is natted itself. Very typical today now with some of our cloud environments, including AWS and things like that. You know, and please learn from our trials and errors that we had. Typical example might be, you know, we still have Alice at 10.1.1.2 behind the firewall of 8.8.8.8, for example, connecting to us on the internet. Only this time, our public IP is 4.2.2.2, but we don't, the Kamailio box itself doesn't know that, and it has a 172 IP address. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is make sure that when we're communicating to anyone out there, whether it's a carrier or an endpoint, that we're telling them what our public IP address is. And we use the advertise function. Okay, this is a core function. It's easily added in an option for listen. So for example, in my listen statement, I'm going to listen on 172.168.1 on 5060, and I'm going to advertise my public IP address. So anytime I go out on that port, I'm going to advertise and tell them via my SIP packet that I'm really 4.4.4.2. So when it comes back to me, I'm going to have my proper IP and port. The big thing that I like to remind people is to make sure that you set up your aliases to use those public IPs as well. So you want to add that alias so that when Kamailio gets a packet that's written to 4.4.4.2 or your public domain, that it knows that that's who it is, right? So remember, when you're natted, you don't know what your public IP address is, so we need to tell Kamailio what its public IP address is. So in an example that we would do, we like to sometimes when we have NAT take advantage of that. So in our cases, I might really protect my PBXs that are behind the same scenario by never letting them get outside SIP traffic. So the only SIP traffic they may get is from Kamailio. So I'm going to have Kamailio bridge from the public to the private, and then no SIP packets could ever hit that PBX except from Kamailio, which is one of my favorite ways of deploying in that if you're going to do it. So let's use a scenario, for example, of Kamailio having that same IP address that we have of 1.1, and we'll put the PBX at 1.2. And here's the thing. The easiest way that we've found of doing this, that I found of doing this, not we, but others, including me, is to now set a second listen statement, right? And use sockets. So at this point, I'm going to set another listen statement, and I'm going to listen on port 5080, for example. And 5080, I just won't advertise my public IP, because if I was just doing this normally, when I would send, with the last listen statement, if the PBX sends to my port 5060, when I respond, I'm going to use my advertised address of, of the public IP, and then that PBX is going to try to send to the public IP, and it just goes really poorly. And so this is just a much better way than trying to fight within Kemi or your Kamailio config, manual advertise route statements, and it just gets too crazy. Use the power of sockets. And so I'm just going to add another option for listen. So here I have my same one as before, where on 5060, I'm going to advertise my public IP address, and then I'm just going to have a regular old listen statement on 5080. I'm not going to advertise anything. It's going to, when stuff comes into me, I'm going to use my private IP, and then I can use the sockets. So let's say a call comes in, and I'm deciding to send it to the PSTN. Okay, well, PSTN will always go out my public, for example. So I'm going to set I'm going to set my socket as that advertised address. So I don't have to mention the advertised address. I'm just using that 5060 socket. You could also use name sockets if you find that easier. And you could do like public or private if you name them appropriately. If it's going to go to, let's say, location where I have PBXs that are registered, I can set my socket to use that 5080, which will then be my private IP to go there. So, a call comes in from the PSTN. I know that that's going to PBX B. I'm going to then set my socket to use my internal IP address and go to that one. And then when it relays back out to the carrier, it will use the public, and it just bridges perfectly. And it's just absolutely phenomenal. Now, the received port, when you do things this way, is one of your best friends, right? So especially when you're talking about using it for RTP, right? So when I'm dealing with SDP, and let's say I have RTP engine, if my receive port, let's say, for example, is 5080, then I know that that one's going from inside to the outside. So I'll do an RTP engine bridge statement, you know, and if you've named your interfaces, for example, inside, outside, I can then just go there. RTP engine is phenomenal because it does use advertised addresses, so that I can have, you know, just one IP address, and you know, I can have my outside interface use that public advertisement, and my inside just use the private. It works very similarly in RTP proxy as well, but many of us have defaulted to RTP engine over the years. And basically just listening for that port, you know, very simply if something came into me on the inside versus the outside. I don't have to, you know, worry about IPs or anything like that, especially when it's going, yeah, I might have huge subnets and different things like that. So just keep it simple, you know, and on the conversely, you know, the receive is 5080, then I'm treating that as outside to inside, for example, you know, and then you can do your snowflake situations elsewhere where you might have to bridge from the outside to the outside, or you might bridge just from the inside to the inside, but those can be handled with whatever if statement you need and go from there. And when you have good flowing audio with Nat, Alice is much happier. And these are the basic RTP or Nat scenarios that I think would be really helpful to most people that are starting out. Again, Nat Helper Module is your best friend. Don't fight the default config, use it. Learn from it. Its examples are there. You can fine tune it as you need it, but copy paste, and you have it there for a great reason. A lot of us update it as needed with our real world examples, just to give you a really good place to start. And with that, I've left some decent room for questions in case they're coming. Looks like there's some spam already. So thank you. Any questions, if we can't answer them here during this time, just reach out to me at qxork.com. I always try to respond as easily as I can.
Okay, thank you, Fred. It's good to refresh all these basics. Sometimes we forget about them. Now, if there are questions from the room, you can unmute and just say it or type it in the chat.
All right, I did see one. Yeah, those slides were made with Excalidraw. And so there was a question about if I was using Excalidraw to make those slides. The answer is
okay, so that helps with Nat Traversal, right?
it really does. I find that mapping it out is the best way to
okay. Maybe I should just make a small, let's say, adjustment. I think now is no longer required to do alias for the advertised address. I think we changed that a few while ago. But if you do it, it's nothing. So people that worked on a config before we had that support and kept the alias should just work as it is. But if you don't have that alias with advertised address, I think these days it just works.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
It simplifies.
Yeah, makes it much easier.
Yeah, not to care about adding another line with advertised address.
Yep, and I know a lot of the people on this, you know, conference right now, especially the live portion here, you know, are very comfortable with Nat. And again, this was something that I was hoping would help some of the newer people that come on. And, you know, again, this is our most commonly, or it's something that I see, you know, every month there's a good thread on this. My endpoint works, but there's no audio and things like that.
Definitely, it's a good tutorial to have around, because yeah, those that we started a long time ago, we forget about you know, mentioning it in documentation or something that people could find easily. If no other question, and remember, whoever Ask Me Anything at the end of the day, you can prepare your question from now and join that session. Otherwise, thanks again, Fred. Again, you are helping on many planes, from infrastructure to events and the documentation code from time to time. Nice seeing you here, and hopefully we'll see each other in person, maybe at some events this year, or if not, let's really hope for next year. Thanks, Fred, and see you around here.
My pleasure.
With that, let's prepare for the next session. And I want to introduce you Richard Shipping Chan. Hopefully I pronounce it correctly. Nice to meet you. Actually, it's first time I see you as well, and really glad that you contribute this module, a module that I was having in my like to-do list or to look for list, but time it's limited, and even more thanks, because TLS and encryption, it's not an easy, let's say, subject to approach. So it came as a very, very nice contribution from your side. And as I wanted to, you know, boost community members, show them based on contribution, not always code, but also documentation and so on. I am glad that you wanted to join us for this event. I'll let you tell more about yourself, and I'm looking forward to your presentation. Thanks again for joining us. The floor is yours, Richard.
Thank you, Daniel, for the introduction. Let me see whether I can share the screen. And unfortunately, it was working shortly. Just let me try that again. My screen sharing is not working at the moment, so I will exit the room and rejoin shortly.
Okay, no problem. That happens with advanced technology always. We can see it even these days with Artemis, right? They have their latest technology, and they have some small leaking here and there where nobody would expect to happen. But better safe than sorry in that case. Yeah, screen sharing, it's still ongoing development in terms of standards. I had issues with various web browsers as well. Okay, now looks good. We can see your screen, Richard. Perfect. Just be sure you are on mute. I see you are mute now in case you started to speak. Richard, you are mute muted. Richard. So you have to unmute yourself. I don't think I can do it as a moderator. Ask to unmute.
No, I just asked him to unmute. So let's see.
Okay, now you are unmute. Okay, looks good now. You have to start the screen, the view. Yeah, perfect. All perfect
Okay.
now. Thanks.
Thanks very much. So let's start again. I'm Richard. Like Seven, I'm speaking to you from Asia, but in my case, out of Singapore. So I am a software integrator for the past, in the VoIP area for the past 8 years. Amongst the stack I've used includes Kamailio, RTP Engine, and FreeSwitch. So I maintain a set of RHEL 8 packages for FreeSwitch on the Fedora Copper repository. As far as contributing directly to these upstream projects, that's a recent thing for me. I have a small contribution to RTP Engine around SRTP, and the topic of today's presentation, SIP over TLS with Webrtc, is my first contribution to the Kamailio upstream group. So this module is in its infancy. It's in the development 5.7 development branch. And what it is yet another implementation of a SIP TLS endpoint in Kamailio. Kamailio has a separation which allows you to hook alternative TLS implementations through the struct TLS hooks interface. So TLS Webrtc sits in the same space as both the TLS and TLSA modules. The TLSA module was introduced by Daniel, and it's available in the 5.6 branch. So the main difference between this module and our existing TLS endpoints are that it's backed by a different TLS library, in this case, Webrtc, targeting a recent tag of theirs that is 5.4.0. Instead of tracking the version of libwebrtc that exists in your operating system, we are trying something new by having a Git submodule inside the Kamailio repo itself. And as Daniel alluded to regarding the TLSA module, the purpose of having this implementation is it will decouple the library that is used for SIP endpoints from the rest of the modules that you use in your config script. So this is the backing library, Webrtc, some references here for you to do your own research. And the quick start, this is from the user perspective, because of course we would like you, the user community, to start testing out this module. So currently it's written to pass the same configuration file as the TLS module to make it easier for you to get started. One thing to note is that both TLS1 and TLS 1.1 are disabled. For a sample configuration, I have a link there. This link points to a very straightforward Kamailio config script from the outbound module. It is an ideal config script to test TLS endpoints. So with this config script and the current state of the module, we are able to sustain 500 connections per second and various connection rates all the way up to 500 connections per second, to a total of 500 connections. In terms of shared memory usage, it's about 57 to 60 megabytes of shared memory usage. And I'll do a comparison of what you get with the existing TLS stack that is based on OpenSSL later. The easiest way to test it out is just to use a string placeholder in your configuration script. In this case, if you look at the last two lines, I've just used a placeholder TLS_mod. Then in your preamble, you could just do a regex substitution. So you could replace it with TLS or TLS_wolf SSL or TLSA. And this will allow you to rapidly switch and test the 3 different TLS implementations. So what is the motivation for looking at yet another TLS implementation? In Kamailio today, we have a monoculture that is OpenSSL is the provider for the SIP TLS endpoint. However, the OpenSSL is indeed a tricky library to work with using Kamailio's master-child worker paradigm. So I want to refer you to 2 blogs by the OpenSIPs group. The first blog, the first link, describes the technical challenges that they encountered integrating OpenSSL at that time 1.1.1. And those technical challenges were equally felt by Kamailio. In the second blog, they take a step back and say, wow, we had such a difficult time dealing with OpenSSL 1.1.1. Okay, we sort of achieved an easy truce with OpenSSL. But what if future versions of OpenSSL change and give us equal or greater, equal or greater set of problems? So they looked at breaking the monoculture and seeing if they could find alternative TLS implementations. And that is described in their second blog. So they've eliminated a few candidates there, and they finally settled on Wolf SSL as an alternative, which they subsequently implemented in OpenSIPs. I should point out that the reason given for eliminating embed TLS isn't really valid given the way we use Wolf SSL, and I'll come back to that point later. In addition, we are at an inflection point in OpenSSL as the major distros are moving to 3.0. So what if we now encounter problems with version 3 of OpenSSL in Kamailio? So I extract 2 quotes. One is just a lament about how difficult it is to deal with OpenSSL. And the second quote from the blog is a succinct description of the technical challenges that occur when we want to use OpenSSL as Kamailio's TLS provider. I take a recap of the OpenSSL lifecycle. We are currently at the start of the 3.0 series, so that has about 4 years to run. However, we are also at the end of the 1.1.1 series, which has 1 more year to go. In addition, for the other or the earlier versions of OpenSSL, which, by the way, Kamailio still supports, from the perspective of the OpenSSL upstream, they don't support these earlier versions anymore, and of course recommend that you go to version 3, which is easier said than done. As far as Kamailio in the stable and enterprise distros, the first batch, RHEL 8, Ubuntu, and Debian 11, they are using OpenSSL 1.1.1 because the way Kamailio packages itself is the TLS module will track the system's version of OpenSSL. Now, the newer batch of enterprise and stable distros, including Debian 12 when it is released, are all tracking OpenSSL 3. And I put in red that in my load testing, I've already detected some of the seg faults that Daniel alluded to when dealing with OpenSSL. So what happens if you are using an older OS platform that has an older version of OpenSSL? So that is the magic of the TLSA module. You could try to move to the TLSA module and compile it with, as of today, the current version is 1.1.1Q. In the last bullet point, I just give a summary of what the coding looks like for OpenSSL 1.1.1. The interesting thing is we need a monkey patch for P threads here, and this is described in detail in the OpenSSL blogs, why this patch is necessary. So in this slide, I'm actually recapping what Daniel mentioned earlier on in his experience with OpenSSL and using libcurl, and the motivation for him doing the HTTP client in Rust. OpenSSL serves two roles in Kamailio. On the one hand, it is used to terminate the TLS endpoint. On the other hand, in your config script, when you use client modules like libcurl, MySQL, they themselves may be using OpenSSL as TLS clients to the back end. So this can indeed lead to hard to reproduce errors. So one way around it is, of course, to use the TLSA module, compile it with a static version of OpenSSL, and let libcurl, MySQL use the system version of OpenSSL. This is a typical sort of weird error message you see when OpenSSL is misbehaving. In the best case, your logs will be filled with lines like this, and nothing happens. Kamailio continues to function well. In the worst case, this will lead to shared memory corruption and a crash of the proxy. So now I will turn to the developer perspective. How do we derive TLS Wolf SSL from TLS? So a quick look at our existing TLS code. It contains a lot of if-defs based on OpenSSL versions and Libra Ssl. So recently in the development branch, we have explicit support added for TLS 1.3. And the developer, Henning in this case, has to tiptoe through the various if-def blocks and make sure you add TLS 1.3 in the correct locations, because TLS 1.3 is only supported with 1.1.1. And if you look at the commit list, you realize that, oh, we had to revert a commit because it was placed in the wrong block. A cursory glance through the code would also make you think that we support Libra Ssl, but this is no longer true with current versions of Libra Ssl. The reason is that the functions that Kamailio needs to make Libra Ssl work in a multi-process paradigm have been deprecated, and now they don't actually do anything. So the summary is indeed the TLS code is complicated by having to support multiple versions of OpenSSL. So in order to contribute this module, I took the path of least resistance and used Wolf SSL's OpenSSL compatibility API. Effectively, you can treat TLS Wolf SSL or Wolf SSL itself as an implementation of the OpenSSL 1.1.1 API. So we can make a copy of the TLS directory, remove all the version checks, and just keep all the 1.1.1 code paths. To avoid our own if-def hell with different versions of Wolf SSL, we have a sub-module in the Kamailio repo, and we will build the artifact, the static library as indicated there. So experimentally, this is the first example of a Kamailio module that we put the dependency inside the tree. The reason is it makes it easier for troubleshooting and getting assistance from the mailing list. This is clearly not unprecedented, as Asterisk contains a copy of PJSIP. The slight difference is, of course, Asterisk doesn't use upstream PJSIP because they make their own changes to PJSIP, but in tree, they have a whole copy of PJSIP. So what needs to be done with our Wolf SSL module is in future remove code duplication with the existing TLS module. The way OpenSIPs chose to reduce duplication is they introduced a third module, like a common layer, which they call the TLS management module. Then the existing OpenSSL and WolfSSL modules are treated as plug-ins to this common layer. So this is one way of reducing code duplication. So let me revisit the part about, why do we have a copy of WolfSSL, or at least a reference to a Git commit? As those of you who use Debian, you know that distros like Debian and Fedora, they don't like you to include your dependencies. They would rather you track the operating system's version of the library. So the question would be, why not track Debian's libwolfSSL? However, by tracking the system's libwolfSSL, this will bring us back to the case that we are trying to avoid. Debian itself packages many versions of libwolfSSL, and we will end up back in if-def hell. However, when trying to integrate TLS WolfSSL initially with a system version of WolfSSL, you immediately encounter an alignment showstopper. I think Daniel also in his introductory talk mentioned things like memory allocation, how these may cause problems. And indeed, the accepted way or the obvious way to package WolfSSL for an operating system like Debian results in having 16-byte alignment requirements. So they do have structs which require 16-byte alignments. This is for optimization. Now your usual malloc and friends, like the malloc that you get from glibc or the typical replacements like jemalloc, tcmalloc, they do indeed guarantee you 16-byte aligned memory blocks, which is not the case with our global shared memory allocators. We have QM, FM, and TLSF. They provide only 8-byte alignment guarantees. So if you were to package let's say 5.4, which is what we are using today, with Debian flags, you will get random seg faults, because if the memory returned was aligned on a 16-byte boundary, you'd be good. But if it were aligned on an 8-byte boundary, then it would get a seg fault. So the make file in Kamailio today disables this flag. And OpenSIPS itself recently updated their in-tree version of WolfSSL to 5.4, and they also have disabled this flag. Now, a normal distro packager would not disable this flag because you would be foregoing crypto optimizations that the WolfSSL people have provided. But this is necessary to avoid an impedance mismatch with the behavior of our shared memory allocators. So this brings me back to the original reason why OpenSIPS eliminated embed TLS. The reason they gave in that blog was you have to build embed TLS with non-standard build flags that a distro packager would not do. But now, as we can see, this does indeed apply to the way we are using WolfSSL. We can't really use WolfSSL the way a distro packager would build it. So in fact, embed TLS is still yet an untapped resource for the Kamailio as a Kamailio TLS endpoint. So how about testing? What is the state of testing of this module? So this module is in the development branch, and because it's orthogonal to the rest of the code in Kamailio, it can be easily backported to, let's say, the 5.6 branch, because it's in a totally separate directory. As far as the state of testing is concerned, I'm using the configuration, the config script from the outbound module, because that is a very straightforward script. It doesn't have very complex business logic. It puts the registrar in a separate VM, separate proxy. So the testing has been done up to a total of 500 connections with various connection rates, really up to 500 connections per second, where all the UAs connect within 1 second. So what is the state of the testing? Our tried and true OpenSSL 1.1.1 does indeed work very well. This is if you like, the sweet spot of Kamailio today. However, OpenSSL 3 does not complete these tests at the higher connection rates. When I test at about 200 connections per second onwards, then you do see those weird QM-free memory corruption warnings. What about TLS Wolf SSL? This implementation can also pass the load test, that is 500 connections per second. And this is the memory behavior of the Wolf SSL implementation. Between EL8 and EL9, I have detected about 5% more memory usage in the shared memory part. So between TLS or TLS-A and Wolf SSL, you need to factor about an increase of 25% more for global shared memory. So to wrap up the slides, I will hopefully be able to show you a live load test after this. To wrap up for the slides, we have a new module currently in the development branch of Kamailio. It's also been tested in client mode, so it can make outbound trunk connections to other SIP proxies. In server mode, it works up to 500 connections per second. Clearly, more testing is needed from the Kamailio community, so I hope you would test this module in your scenarios. And some future work will be, we should reduce code duplication with the TLS directory. Complementary to that, at some point, sorry about that, at some point we need to look at the behavior of OpenSSL 3. It cannot sustain high connection rates. And what about legacy enablements? Now, OpenSIPs intends to use Wolf SSL as their go-to TLS implementation. And so they have enabled back to TLS 1.0. This is not currently done in the repo, but it can be considered in the future. So that ends the slides part. And now I will show you a live load test. Okay. So let me get this out of the way. So what you see on screen, to the right is the unit under test. That is, it is the Kamailio proxy running with the TLS Wolf SSL module. You can see it in the logs. I think it should look very familiar to you because it is essentially the TLS module, just replacing the module name with TLS Wolf SSL and the implementation. So the logs and all that have not changed at all. On the left-hand side on this terminal, we have the traffic generator creating 500 user agents. So let's take a look at what versions do we have here. So this is Kamailio 5.6.1. That is the TLS Wolf SSL module has been backported to this version of Kamailio. The system OpenSSL is version 3.0.1. This is a Alma Linux 9 system. So in this case, TLS Wolf SSL, of course, it is not using OpenSSL 3. So let me show you the shared memory behavior. This is the shared memory consumption. These figures look more than the figures given in the slides. Those figures were based on an Alma Linux 8 system. So you can see between EL8 and EL9, there has been a memory increase. So I'm going to terminate the traffic generator, restart the proxy, and see whether we can do a live load test. So we're going to restart the Kamailio proxy. So we are up and about, and now we are going to generate the traffic. Just a comment about the parameters you see to the traffic generator. The first parameter is the startup time. So we want all the user agents to be created within 1 second. And the second number here represents the number of user agents requested. So this is going to generate 500 user agents in 1 second to simulate a connection rate of 500. And here you see all our user agents successfully registered. Over at the proxy end, we do a netstat to see how many TCP connections we have to 5061. And indeed, we do have 500 TLS connections going on at this time. We check for the user location database. So this is just to count the number of user location records. You see 1,000 because 500 are from the current set of registers, and the other 500 were from the previous test. They have not expired yet. So there are actually 500 valid user location records. So this is a demonstration of the TLS Wolf SSL module being able to sustain 500 connections over 1 second. Now, it goes without saying that our current TLS module using 1.1.1 can also sustain this connection rate and this amount of TLS connections. Next, I will show you the behavior of OpenSSL 3. So I am first going to terminate the traffic generator, stop this proxy. So I've stopped this TLS proxy, and I'm going to start it up again using OpenSSL 3. So I'm running the proxy in a container, also terminating TLS at 5061. So this is a new instance of the proxy. We are going to enter the container just to see what we have running in this container. So this container is a container image based on the soon-to-be released Ubuntu 22.10 image. Let's see what Kamailio we have running here. So here we have Kamailio 5.6.1 with and Ubuntu. So you can see that Ubuntu is going to move to OpenSSL 3.0.5. And as is standard with Kamailio packaging, if we check to see which crypto library the TLS module is using, we see that it is dynamically linked to the system's version of OpenSSL. So Ubuntu with our Kamailio 5.6.1 is using OpenSSL 3.0.5. So let's see whether we can successfully pass the connection test. So let's start by doing something that has got low connection rate. So let's say I give it 10 seconds to start up all my user agents. And I start up 100 user agents. So this is only 10 connections per second. In this case, I do see that OpenSSL 3 does successfully complete this test. So you will see that our 100 user agents did manage to connect successfully. No alarming logs at the proxy side, and the situation looks good. But if we now go back up to the 500 test. So this is back to the original test. We are going to create 500 user agents. all over a second. And then if you look at what happened to my proxy, unfortunately, my proxy crashed. And you can begin to see all these QM-free memory corruption warnings. This is what you will observe high connection rates of OpenSSL feed. So just to say open system to OpenSSL, and did a lot of hard work and decided on Wolf SSL as a possible implementation. So thank you. That's all for the slides and the live load test demo. Over to you, the audience, for any questions.
Thank you, Richard, for demoing and proving how these external libraries develop. Indeed, it's quite a lot of overhead to follow not only LibSSL, but we had also with other library in the past. I remember LDAP client library at some point it changes. And here it's even more difficult given the complexity coming with encryption and so on. I didn't spend time with OpenSSL 3.0. I noticed some reports over the summer, but I had quite busy time. Anyhow, having the alternative with lib Wolf SSL looks very encouraging. And again, thank you for jumping on the boat and helping into a quite difficult sector of communication, respectively the encryption and secure communication. Now, if there are questions, I see in the YouTube we have some spam again because it's a public channel. Anyone that wants to ask question here on the room, please unmute and say it. If not, then I'm gonna ask a question from my perspective. Have you seen adoption of this library by other projects, not the one mentioned here, but maybe also this kind of libraries or tools like Curve or MySQL? I'm trying to see from the perspective of the community support, because we had the same discussion when OpenSSL had let's say big issues a few years ago with this Arclit and so on, looking at Libra Ssl for a while, but then many companies jumped on the Libra Ssl project, helping with financial resources and so on, and look like they're moving into the right direction. Now I see a lot of changes in the APIs as well, including this with encryption algorithms and random number generators modules or extensions. Maybe you're more familiar, so it's some traction behind the Libra Wolf SSL from other projects, or?
Oh, I would say that Wolf SSL keeps quite a low profile. I think maybe their strength is in their commercial side.
Okay.
However, when I've dealt with the upstream at GitHub, they are extremely forthcoming and very responsive to questions and bugs which turn out to be my bug and not their bug.
Okay, nice.
The library seems to be developed at quite a fast pace. To encourage adoption, they also have modifications to HA proxy to use Wolf SSL rather than OpenSSL. Similarly, they do have a variant of curl that calls into Wolf SSL instead of OpenSSL. So they try to promote the use of this library through these very pragmatic contributions both to HA proxy and also to curl.
Okay, then sounds reliable as a project. So far, we have a question on the chat from Thomas Lopker. Is the test script available somewhere, or it's something internal?
Okay. Let me see whether I have a slide on the traffic generator. I will, let me see. Yes. So the answer is no and yes. No as in it's not in GitHub yet. Yes as in it is intended to go to GitHub as soon as they get around to it. So,
okay.
So clearly you could use your normal traffic generator like SIP, or I believe Daniel has also contributed something called SIP-Exa.
Yeah, indeed.
However, for the purpose of this module, I really want to test networking. I don't really need to test very complex SIP scenarios. I really just want to get the networking. So I chose to use this package. It's actually a Python implementation of SIP.
Okay.
But this implementation of SIP only supports UDP. So the changes needed to make this load generator are just to add the TLS transport. And because async IO is a very lightweight way of creating hundreds and thousands of user agents, we replace the event loop that is used in this SIPI package with the async IO event loop. There is some code refactoring required to replace the way user agents are created in this library with just a regular coroutine. So the user agents that you saw just now, those 500 user agents, each user agent is just a single Python coroutine.
Okay.
Hey, that's very interesting. It's Maxim, actually. Hi, guys. Yeah, I would really interested to look at those changes if possible.
So this is Maxim, the author of the CP B2B UA. Just to
okay. Hello, Maxim. Yes.
Hello, Richard. Hey, nice work.
Yes.
Maxim,
so
you have some microphone or something because the audio from you, Maxim, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit outside, so maybe some background noise. But anyway, let's keep in touch. I guess I'm curious about the changes there now.
Yes. So let me have a shout out to the SIPI library and Maxim. It's a wonderful SIP library for writing Python test scripts. So they use an event loop called EL periodic. And for my purpose, we just replace this event loop back to async IO or UV loop or trio, and we can generate hundreds and thousands of UAs. So I hope to be able to put up this refactoring of the SIPI package into GitHub shortly, and I'll just announce it on the mailing list when it's ready.
Okay, thank you for that.
Cool.
Quickly, two other questions. First, is Wolf SSL multiprocess safe, as OpenSSL develop in a direction that is more multi-threading friendly? Probably this is yes, no. I assume it's yes.
So the short answer is yes, because it does not try to do any internal locking. It relies entirely on the user, in this case, Kamailio, to prevent different processes or threads from stomping over each other.
Okay, so this was the question from Andrew on the Jitsi Meet, and then from Matteo again, Brancaleoni on the YouTube. Maybe you can also answer quickly, how can be compared with boring SSL?
So I think boring SSL was also eliminated by the OpenSIP's filtering process. I think it does not provide the memory allocation hooks that you need to be used in multiple child processes.
Okay, thank you so much again for taking the time to put the slides together and the demo and joining our event and joining our developer community. If there are other questions, maybe via the chat or at the end of this day, if not via mailing list or issue tracker if it's related to the module itself. Now, not to keep Richard longer, thanks again. And then we can move to the next session, which is more like an open discussion, trying to address not only Kamailio, but how things change in deploying, operating these real-time systems over the past 3 years, where we couldn't get together with colleagues in the office or in the data center, how to coordinate. And I choose to set the leaders for this session. Two of our community members that I know they have pretty large deployments behind, or they deal with such deployments behind. So I see now on screen Federico Cabidou, which is from Liban, France. I'll let him introduce a bit later. Previously, like a few seconds ago, was Marcus Monka from Sipgate in Düsseldorf, and I think Federico joins from France. But then, of course, Fred and everyone here that can share experience, please do it. This is supposed to be an interactive session, just discussion, no slides, or if someone prepares slides, it's even better. But let's have a discussion, share the good and bad experiences, and maybe we'll help each other even after the pandemic world. Thank you, Federico and Marcus, for joining us, and I'll let you introduce yourself shortly, and then I can start with some question if you don't have a subject to move on in the first phase. As I see Federico in my screen, although new to by myself, please, Federico, a few words about yourself.
Hello, Daniel. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you again, even if remotely, once again. Let's see if we can set up a developer meeting soon. So my name is Federico Cabidou. I work for the Liban project. It's a VoIP application, mobile VoIP application based on Kamailio, free speech, and other well-known open source component. And I worked on Kamailio as a coder, as a hacker, since a lot of time, more or less 2007. And that's it. Marcus?
Yes, thank you very much. Hi, I'm Marcus, working for the company called Sipgate in Germany. And I'm 44 years old. I have 2 kids. I'm a proud father. And I'm also the CEO of the Sipgate Mini Club. So we have a childcare I'm very proud of. And I'm working for more than 20 years for the same company. And we do, we have a landline and we have a mobile network, which is operated from a small team from Düsseldorf. And we offer cloud PBXs in Germany and also in the UK. And that's where I come from. I started with a Zip Express router 0.8 whatever in 2002. But I'm no programmer. I'm more like putting software pieces together and bring products to the market and lead people in the company to do the right or the things we have to do to operate the services for our customers. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Federico. Thank you, Marcus. Then let's start with the topic. What was like the biggest impact or something that you didn't expect to happen in the first days when you were prevented to meet at the office or to go into the office? Like, I know maybe you already had like a remote work policy and didn't change, but let's see if that impacted you and somehow change your style of life and work in a way or another in relation with, monitoring VoIP systems, Kamailio or Asterix or whatever you are handling.
Sure. To start over, Zipgate was an office-first company before the pandemic, so everybody was in the office. We were like 150 people, and I think it was starting in the end of February where we all were thinking about going to Barcelona to Mobile World Congress or not, and in the end we decided not to go. We also had a booth, so everything was cancelled, and we were starting to think about distributed VPN for our employees to work from home. So that was the first time we got in touch with this stuff. But from the operating perspective of operating our platform, I think there was nothing which changed a lot. We already had a lot of infrastructure as code at that point of time. So every Kamailio config was in a Git repository and was automatically deployed via Ansible or Jenkins jobs. And so the behavior of operating our platform didn't change in the last 3 years. So we had, as maybe said in the announcement, we had some problems to come to to go to the data centers because there were restrictions like one person, and not at that time you had to check if other persons are in the cages or in the rooms. But more like for us personally to handle the situation, and as a company to take care that not a lot of people in the same role or like the VoIP engineers shouldn't meet in one room, because that might be not a good idea that when all VoIP engineers are ill, that who takes care of the platform. So that was more like the problems we had to deal with, to take care of the whole company, that we are always in a situation where we can operate like accounting staff, IT staff, voice staff, so that we always have enough people can take care of our business.
Okay. As someone that visited your nice offices, and I remember you have these big panels for monitoring, who got in charge getting them at home and putting on the wall?
No, they're still here, but they're switched off. So
okay,
we do it digitally. And we also have this. We have a lot of boards in Zipgate before the pandemic, like showing which work is doing on which product. And now everything moved to a tool called Miro. I think everybody knows it's like whiteboards in the cloud with a lot of stuff around. So everything is digital right now. So
okay, let's move to Federico to see how he had to deal with.
Okay. From an operational point of view, the pandemic didn't impact us too much, I have to say, because we already, like Marcus said, we were already ready for monitoring, operating from distance. Also, we are all our infrastructure is deployed as a code. Moreover, we are in the cloud, whatever this means. And we still had some physical infrastructure in some data center, but it was the opportunity to get rid finally of those remaining pieces. But the biggest impact was from a personal human point of view, for sure. Even if in Liban we have always been a remote working environment, let's say at least partially, because we always had the people from all over Europe, so it was somehow hard to have sometimes to get everyone in the office. this total lockdown was impacting because even we needed to push more on the remote collaborative tools, and also supply to some let's say lack of direct communication. So simply speaking with a colleague at your side and not bombarding with messages on the instant message system that at the end could be annoying during the day. And another issue that we had was with recruitment, because generally it has been much harder to find people available to move or willing to change their job during the period. And when we find someone, it was difficult to do the onboarding and the training period, not being able to meet in person. And I think this was the biggest threat, I think, for us.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about this communication in the team, inside the team, as both of you approach it, to be like moving these boards on the cloud or using these chat systems. Speaking from a personal perspective, where I don't like to be disturbed like every other 5 minutes and someone wants to write me a short message. It's kind of, I shut down when I'm writing code or troubleshooting or something like that. Was kind of postponing a lot of, let's wait now with this version of the application. Let's not add a new feature. Let's keep it working as it is. Or after some time, it became similar in productivity or better, or didn't improve at all. How you feel it after 3 years?
I can go. So
sure.
I think that for the senior people, that was an increase of productivity after the first period, where everyone had to make a good usage of these communication tools. But I think we certainly had with all the problems of lack of direct communication, I think we had an increase really in productivity. Because I think personally, it's because we were not more wasting our time in commuting, which it depends where you live, but where do I live? It's let's say 3 hours a day, 3 hours and a half, even 4 commuting, as at the end a huge impact on the productivity.
Okay, so yeah, from this point of view, it was indeed a plus. Marcus, anything on you? You feel it improve over these 2 years, or people feel like, let's go back to the office?
It's a good mix, I think. A lot of people like to come to the company and like to do, we call it home office in the office. So you can have a shared desk. Some teams are moved totally back to the office. So there are a few teams just sitting here as a whole team. And what, from my point of view and from my personal experience, I got disconnected from a few people or a few places from the company, because before I had lunch, a lot of times I had lunch with legal guys or legal people, and from one day to another that stops. So I did not get in touch what they were talking about in their rooms or whatever. So that's what was quite difficult to get this back with collaborative tools. But yeah, as Federico said, I think a lot of people are more focused on what they can do because they're in an isolated environment. But yeah, we pair everything at Zipgate. So each person tries to pair the work. So they also have to coordinate when they will do the work and have another people on the other side of the screen to share. So
okay, so then to go into like a bit like sharing the knowledge or what you discover here, you mentioned already this board system with notes in the cloud. Did you discover something that you haven't used before and now you think it helps a lot, not only for collaboration inside the team, but maybe you discover also tools for monitoring that are easier to use by many people and you want to share with us, if any, of course? What, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 tools or application or services in the cloud that you could say, yeah, this is something that we learn about and we'll keep using even pandemic was not there, but eventually you got to know that tool somehow.
I think there's nothing special. So we have a tick stack, Grafana, Telegraph, and InfluxDB. We have a Kibana stack. So, but that was also,
and that was before the pandemic.
Yes, yes. So I think the visibility for our system was already there. So that didn't change a lot in the last 3 years.
From my perspective or feedback I saw with some collaborators, partners, I saw they were looking or moving a lot of logging into a central place. So it makes it easier to monitor the logs from outside, no longer needed to SSH, but many companies had it before. But I could notice some of the partners, they look for this log analytics as a service to facilitate this, let's say, monitoring, log watching for their teams with some aggregation, let's say, artificial intelligence around it. So this is something that I notice. I don't know if others wants to add. Federico, of course. Fred, you are around. Please unmute whenever you want to say something. Or other people here, if you can share some services, tools, applications that we should look at because you find them very useful.
I don't have a lot to, I mean, it's been fascinating just listening to it. I mean, the most I saw during the pandemic was mostly just helping, you know, no one was prepared for their communications to go outside, at least on the US side. It just wasn't something done. So there was, you know, some using of Kamailio's TLS bridging so that we could just put Kamailio there as a proxy, and then just the simple way was making their old PBX just think that the phones were registering on the LAN or something, and then, you know, just keeping TLS and SRTP out.
Okay, so you recommend Kamailio plus RTP engine, and I understand from you.
Highly recommended. It was it saved a lot of people. It worked so well that we haven't had to help them much, so it unfortunately works too well.
To give you a shout out, I think you publish on GitHub using Kamailio and RTP engine as let's call it SBCH proxy to connect our internal PBX to the internet. Am I right?
Yeah, just as a base to work from, like a base example.
Okay, so check your account on GitHub, right? It's Fred Posner.
Yeah, it's on, I believe it's on GitHub, and if you went to fredposner.com, I think there's a post on it in there as well.
Okay, so if you need to connect your internal PBX, like being on an internal network now, to public internet, that should be something that you could check. Anyone else, or you, Fred, still want to add something like other tools, applications? that you discovered?
At one point there was I mean, at least the feelers I was getting was a big push to go to like Teams and try to integrate again using Kamailio or something, as much as they could to Teams to just let people use that way. But I haven't seen as much lately. And there is a push, at least in the States, to go back to the offices, or at least do some sort of hybrid. So we're seeing definitely a lot more Webrtc type of integrations and things like that.
Okay, we have Nathan that would like to speak. Please, Nathan, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'll agree with Fred. I've worked from home since 2009. So for me personally, there was absolutely no change. But we have a number of campus facilities, and they switched to Teams. And now the focus is to get Teams to work with Kamailio. Because now that they're back at offices, they want their desk phones to ring. So it's definitely a technology that is bridging back into what the old people remember.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So some new technology was adopted just because of this remote work, and now because people got used to have, by returning to the office, to connect the two, let's say, infrastructures again. Can happen indeed. Anyone else that would like to add from maybe human perspective, then how you feel the colleagues? I mean, you already said a bit, but do you think it's more like a trend that people would really like to come to the office again, at least 2-3 days, or they got accommodated? And let's exclude this situation when you really have a lot of distance for commuting. So from your personal experience interacting with the colleagues that usually were in the office because it was also convenient, do they like more the remote work, or they feel I would rather return? So you don't have to give name, it's just your feeling, how it's the direction.
I think it depends on the person itself. So in which,
but it's like an average, or like over the average, where is the majority? Because yeah, that's of course
I think as you get, it's half-half. So 50% like to be at home, and 50% are coming to the office.
Okay, so world is split again. It's no clear. You can't get a clear winner after this. This personally, I will feel, at least not maybe from the working perspective, but from the point of view of events. And yeah, we are now at Kamailio World. These online events are nice. We could get people also speaking from very long distance that might not have come otherwise. It's why I also tried with this online version of Kamailio to invite people from the community that they were not speakers before, knowing it's easier for them to join. When you ask for a on-site event, then it comes with some costs, traveling, accommodation, and so on. But then I feel, all these discussions are a little bit only the surface. Okay, it's what you wanted to present, and I would present it as at any on-site event in the same way, but the discussions behind would be totally different in the breaks and so on. So, like someone telling, I was using that module with that option, and was not actually behaving that they would normally not saying it. like a question or so. So these online events are a little bit more like, what's above the sea, and a lot of things that people would like to share or discuss about don't happen with online events. So from that perspective, with events, I think the on-person ones were much better, at least from the developer or perspective, or getting the feedback behind the marketing and official presentation of what my company does or how it does it and so on. Federico, you want to add anything around?
No, just yeah, what you just said is also true for the normal working environment. Because even a casual exchanging, even as Marcus was saying, speaking with someone in another department than yours can be, first of all, interesting from a human point of view, but also useful from a working point of view. It's always stimulating discussing with people. So
yeah,
in our case, Marcus was saying that in their case, half of the people would like the remote situation, half of the people like more the office. In our case, I'd say that the majority of the people like doing half of the week at home and half of the week at the office, because it's a compromise between different aspects.
Okay. Yeah, is this kind of random chatting, you go there and suddenly it's just the discussion ends up on something different than the initial subject, where you learn interesting subjects or interesting aspects of some application or whatever. It's somehow impossible on online events, although there is kind of direct chat or so, but feels more intrusive, even it's at the distance. Right? Anyone that wants to add how it's this from their point of view, with how people got accommodated over the years?
I can add the situation for getting new people at Zipgate is getting better, because we offer now distributed working or remote working. So it's the opposite of Federico. So we found 3 new voice engineers. So, but we lost one. So Sebastian went to Pascom to the south of Germany. But yeah, we had good luck. And now being an employer with having, people around Germany, it's good to have this now. So we had 5 years, 6 years, no one wants to come to Düsseldorf. So because we force the people to live here and to come to the office. So that's a good change for us.
Well, Düsseldorf is a nice city. I would recommend it as a place to live, although I live in Berlin. I haven't moved to Düsseldorf, but it's one of the best cities in Germany I visited. So it's really nice, and not to say about Zipgate, which always hosted us at these Kamailio developers meetings with nice offices and nice cantina. Why not to mention that as well, because it's a plus always.
I'm sorry, it's a restaurant.
Okay, a restaurant. It's sorry for that. Indeed, with a proper chef and a lot of delicacies around. So hopefully we'll do it again this autumn if the situation doesn't turn bad. Now looks pretty optimistic, but of course, till we see each other in person, things can change from one day to another. Anyone having questions about this topic and can address to the participants. So whatever question you want. Jovan, unmute yourself and ask. I cannot hear you. You are unmuted.
I can't hear.
I can't hear either.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, very well.
Perfect. Yeah, so I was wondering your perspective when it comes to adaptation of the Zoom and Jitsi Meet and other video conferencing. You talk about Microsoft Teams. Do you see the future as keeping these two kind of communication platforms separate for each other, or you think that the future is some kind of integration at the end between the SIP and audio calls as well as the video and Webrtc? What is your feeling about that? What is the future? Which direction might be going? I would like to hear everybody's opinion. Thank you.
Thanks for asking. Anyone that wants to start? Right.
So on the U.S. side, in terms of enterprises, I see a tremendous amount of enterprises deploying whatever flavor of the week that they want, right? And so the popular one now seems to be Teams. Is the more I'm seeing, but I mean we've all been around for a while here. I'm, not to bash anyone, but I've seen Microsoft have popular communication platforms before, and then they go away. So same thing with a Google product here and there, right? It comes and it goes away. I have seen on the enterprise side that eventually even a very large public organization gets sick of the licensing fees and the pushing of some of the vendors to constantly upgrade when they don't feel that the products need upgrading, like phones or things like that. Oh, this phone is end of life, so now you have to spend a few $100,000 upgrading them. And so I've been happy to work with some organizations on moving to open source. And so I continue to see I continue to not feel threatened by some of the products becoming brand names in of itself, like let's Slack, or let's it used to be let's Skype, and now it's let's Zoom or something like that, where I'm looking at just in day one, I want to knock on wood, but the Jitsi experience that I've seen on Kamailio World from last year to this year is extremely impressive. And from last year to the year before was also impressive. So it just constantly is improving. And here, I don't know why you would ever consider something that wasn't this good, and it's open source and it's doing everything we need. But that being said, I we at LOD, we call it checkmark security. So there's a lot of engineers out there that really just drink whatever Kool-Aid is being pushed by whatever people are constantly talking to them, and they just want to check a mark, and some of the vendors out there continue to just have really nice marketing of that appeals to those type of people in the industry, and those products will continue to keep coming and going. But I see the continued up. Oh, here, let's integrate this new product. Let's now integrate this new product, and at the same time, people getting sick of being pushed by those companies to integrate new products that don't really benefit them in any new way whatsoever.
Okay, thanks, Fred. I see Nathan asked again to speak. Please, Nathan.
I'll agree with Fred that the open source solution just works. And I'm a consultant for a company that uses FreeSwitch exclusively, but all of their backend trunk routing is Kamailio. To answer your question directly, there's an American expression: if it moves and it shouldn't, use duct tape. If it should move and it doesn't, use WD-40. And I view Kamailio as that. It is the duct tape and it is the WD-40 that keeps Teams and Zoom and whatever all working together. We are the backbone. And as Fred said, we can make it happen. We don't have to be in the limelight, but we make it happen.
Okay, yeah, that's important, and it's where I also see open source as being maybe the connector between different islands. I prefer interconnected work, but that's from my point of view of being technical guy. On the other hand, I also sometimes prefer the isolated, like here, have my own instance that I can control fully and restart if something happens, and don't get affected by others interconnecting with maybe their buggy client or whatsoever. So still public, but somehow under more control and isolated for such a situation, like, you know, an event or maybe a training and so on. But definitely it's much better when it comes to communication and interacting between business entities. It's really tough to remember, okay, that company was on actually WhatsApp, the other one was on Telegram, or now I have to use Zoom with this meeting. No, it's a meeting actually, or Microsoft Teams or Hangouts. It's somehow too much sometimes to remember, even if you have calendars or whatever, they got full overlapping and so on. It's a little bit of a mess when there are too many choices.
Joking aside, on you know, for a long time I had switched to an Ubuntu desktop, and it was lovely because I would get these Teams meetings request or this meeting request, and I just, oh no, you know, they don't have a client that works, and it was a great way of me avoiding a lot of meetings. But now they've all gotten really good about making it work in a browser regardless of your operating system, so that excuse doesn't work anymore. But I did love avoiding all those communication platforms by just saying, oh, you know, my operating system doesn't support it.
Yeah, thank you for answers. The question was slightly a little different direction. It was more about a reality that since COVID, video calling like a Zoom and Teams took over a lot of PBX functionality, and suddenly from the phones, just because of the netting issue, whatever the case is, they couldn't really reach that corporate phone desk as easy as they could establish Zoom call, and we saw a huge shift of communication being moved into these kind of platforms. So the question was, do we just leave these two platforms to coexist as independent systems? One is, you know, you have phone and PBX and extensions, and then for P2P calls, you use or either open source or Teams or other platforms, or we really try to integrate them into one system that can support both video being as equal citizen as audio in a concept communication, because it feels that that's who user is navigating nowadays. So that's kind of a struggle that we're thinking about, how that future of communication looks like. Is it a new platform that integrates both seamlessly? Or
I don't know how you, I don't know how you don't integrate them both. So, I mean, I know on Jitsi, for example, it's not the easiest to configure, but it does support a SIP integration. And on certain clients, we're seeing a lot with, especially ones that have switched to, let's say, like WebRTC for phones. And we see that a lot in the call centers that still manage, they did a lot of work with having WebRTC phones for agents, whether they were in the call center or, working remotely, especially during the pandemic. But they still had to go to SIP to get the calls, right? And so, just using that kind of connection, and that I saw that being done a lot with Kamailio and Janice, for example, on those WebRTCs, or generally a combination of both. And so I can't see a world where it doesn't have both, especially with cell phones and things like that, where you might have a PSTN on one side, but you're going to have some sort of platform where everyone needs to communicate, and it's going to be bridged. And I think that's why we're seeing some of that Teams connectivity, where to the PSTN and other things like that. So I think for me at least, what I'm seeing is, in order for a product to be marketable, whether it's open source or proprietary, there needs to be some sort of federation or connectivity to it.
Perfect. Yeah, I definitely see a lot of new modules coming out, especially with the WebRTC. It's maturing, certainly now with the TLS as well. I see that year by year improvement, getting closer to being able to achieve that. I feel SMS is a little bit left behind in terms of integrating that as another level of communication platform. I'm hoping that might be a bit of a more focus in the future on handling SMS more natively through Kamailio. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's also a matter of the endpoints in the SIP world, because from server side, I think we are doing pretty well, at least in the open source side. I think there is FreeSwitch, which has an MCU in terms of video mixing, and I think Asterix went on the SFU direction from that point. But having the devices that could do it, and most of the phones have barely usable display for video. I'm surprised that operators, mobile operators, because with this one, practically now it's a SIP app running. They don't really offer not even the basic video calling. It's surprising that, in 4G, 5G, it's pure SIP behind, and having just a video call, it's like having an audio call with more RTP packets. And you have to switch to whatever, Skype, WhatsApp, and so on. That's somehow amazing. And then also the rich messaging with the provider itself, it's also really poor. As you said, SMS, it's really behind. Sharing an image or something else, it's not even possible with the default application. I noticed that Google or Apple somehow hijack the Messages app to use their own whatever, I'm not sure, Duo or iMessages or whatever for this rich communication, and somehow making it look like native. But it's not really the native app on the phone for calls and text messages when it happens to have this rich communication. And I can't understand that. So from my point of view, but probably are operational costs or business decisions behind that. Not sure. I'm not sure if Nathan wanted to add at some point something. I think I saw some. Maybe Marcus can add because they are at the edge of mobile networks innovation, as they have fixed and mobile. But I think they come with their own app, right?
Yes, but I was on a phone call. Sorry, I lost the last 5 minutes.
Okay. So to put it in the context, it was about, you know, these native apps that we got now with the smartphones for Android or iOS. They don't do like rich communications. So the native app for calls don't do video. So you have to use something else, maybe WhatsApp or iMessages, or maybe download the SIPGate, however it's called, the application to do video, where we know that the backbone, at least on 5G or 4G, it's SIP. So doing a video call should not be a problem from technology point of view, but still is not preferred. And then also in terms of SMS, is still like rudimentary text support, not sending I don't know, pictures or some other rich information.
To be honest, I don't know. So we are not offering any kind of video. So it was also in the discussions why the pandemic starts, but our main focus is voice. And
but this is like business decision or no interest?
Business decision.
Okay.
So I think we all think, yeah, just switch it on, but I think that's not the case. So you have to take more. You have more to take care of switching video on your infrastructure and on the client side. So,
Okay.
So
Nathan, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think Jovan's question is from two different perspectives. Like Marcus, you sell a product. I'm a consultant. So you sell a product, but I have to do what the customer wants. And I think Kamailio solves both problems. That you can sell a product that is absolutely rock solid, but my customer wants Teams clients to telephone, physical sit phones on a desk. You know, we can do that, and that is what Kamailio is. It ultimately comes down to what the customer wants.
Okay. Nathan again, or it was just by mistake? I saw wants to speak. Anyone else that wants to add before wrapping up this session and just going to a discussion about anything Kamailio?
maybe just to talk about the mobile video stuff. I think every company has a collaboration software running in their daily business, like Teams or Google or whatever. And I think it was easier just to click on the video meet feature instead of try to figure out how to communicate by video with your MNO SIM card. So
yeah, but the question is, then you need to have an account on Google Duo or on Microsoft Teams or whatever, and with a third provider, which is maybe in North America, owned by a company that maybe we don't like to share our events with. And the idea was, why it's not coming embedded as just, you know, telephone number, SIM, it's identifier. I have your mobile phone now, and I just dial and say, hey, Marcus, let me show you this nice whatever I have next to me. But I have to figure out, okay, Marcus was on Telegram, was on whatever, Skype, WhatsApp, to send this information. Maybe not even making a video call, but just sending you a picture, you know, showing you now Kamailio has 100,000 active calls and 2% CPU and 1 mega of memory, just to joke a bit. But yeah, here it's, I mean, not even these basics kind of features are not available there, which in my opinion should not be something complex. I mean, the infrastructure and the technology behind should support it, but maybe not the implementation, because we know it's SIP, and SIP can do video or rich messages, but
I think someone has now to say RCS.
I mean, what I hate with telecoms standardization bodies, they take some names that are usually common to say rich communication, and then everyone thinks about, okay, implemented that complex, or like it was simple presence extension, right? And then you kind of cannot use, let's have a simple solution or a simple presence like it's now with, I don't know, WhatsApp, last seen 2 minutes ago or whatever, because they hijack it simple and now it's hard to use. It's the same it's with the rich communication. They propose this RCS as a standard, and now when you want to say rich communication, it's about that, but could be just, you know, basic video calling and basic image sending, and that's it, you know, not full SIP RCS specs implementation. Okay. Anything you want to add? Sorry if I interrupted you. Last words, anyone? Federico, Fred, and then we can go in just Kamailio discussion. If someone has troubles with Kamailio and wants to ask me, or Fred or Federico, or who else is around. Okay, then thank you for sharing your experiences and thoughts about the last years to Marco, Federico, and everyone else. No need to introduce anyone else. It's the session where everyone can ask questions about Kamailio, and not only Kamailio. So if someone wants to ask the rest here about using Kamailio in some conditions, or questions about the config file, whatever. So it's the session Ask Me Anything, not only me, but everyone else can answer. You can type it on chat or simply just unmute and say it, or on Matrix, and I will read it, the question.
All right, I'll just say it. I got started with Kamailio at 0.51, I think. Okay. And our config file from that time still works. And we use Lua. And I use the SR Lua module that is going to go away soon. So I have to update our configs. But that is pretty incredible to have a config file from 0.51 still work.
Thanks. This we have to bring it when Marcus will organize again. Maybe we did it at 15 years when Marcus had like a session about this interesting statistics, or I remember
5 minutes, 5 slots.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Show your installation.
Yeah, and I think it was Atle that was showing they were still running SIP Express router 0.8 or 9 for so many years, I don't know, more than 5 years without a restart. But it's amazing to hear that the config still works with some small maybe changes from 1.5. That's like maybe 2008 or so 14 years. Yeah. And some people complain that we do many changes from one version to another.
We have a question for you. DM asks, what is the current recommended distro and its version to deploy production Kamailio plus RTP engine?
Okay, from my perspective, I was always Debian with Kamailio in terms of development and deployment. And luckily, the RTP engine developers were more or less the same, so I didn't need to change anything when adopting RTP engine. So usually it's Debian stable. When a new Debian stable is out, I wait maybe 3 months or so. Probably everyone does with a new stable release before moving to production. So in my point of view, it's Debian, but I know others running Ubuntu, CentOS, but I don't have experience with them. So if others want to add what they run and have no issues.
Yeah, I mean, if I get to choose, I choose Debian as well. I find it's out of the box. It just works better. It's more optimized for high traffic. When talking to the RTP engine devs, they're a few years ago the position was it will work on other distros, but we run it on Debian. So it just works fine. And now with RTP engine running, they promoted a script the other month about like an RPM, not an RPM, but like a deb based installation that just makes it easy. Their long-term ones are always the .5s. So I would say if you're going to run RTP engine in production, either 9.5 or 10.5. If there's not any features in 10.5 that you're needing, then their 9.5 should be fine and it's stable. But the 0.5s are the stable ones. For Kamailio, we always recommend the current version. So that would be 5.6 now. Like Daniel, I'm usually hesitant when Debian changes the version, but I'm comfortable now and running on 11. So by default, if I'm installing a system today, it would be Debian 11 with the newest 5.6.
Anyone with experiences with, I don't know, Red Hat, CentOS, maybe just to have feedback about? Kamailio on CentOS or Ubuntu never had like big issue with. It's some problem maybe tuning the SE Linux from back experiences. But for RTP engine, I didn't spend the time to sort out dependencies on packages because for Debian it's much easier using their documentation.
Yeah, I've had no issues with CentOS on Kamailio. Again, there's I have to spend more time on a Red Hat system with fine tuning it once you start getting under heavy load. But at that point, it's system admin work. So whatever system, if you are more comfortable with a certain distribution, Kamailio seems to run fine on any of them. And then whatever you feel you're best at supporting. So if you like Ubuntu and CentOS better than Debian, then just make yourself happy. I mean, you'll be fine. It works on, I'm sure, Federico, I know Daniel does. We all have instances running on all of them.
Okay. Hopefully that answered. Any new question? Oh, I see Atle, but he's in on YouTube. Atle, you can come on Jitsi Meet. It's been a long time. So he's the guy that I mentioned running CP Express router on very old version. And he just said hi on the YouTube channel.
I don't think you'd recommend running Kamailio though on the phone. What was the phone that you put it on?
There was the Ubuntu One phone. Yeah, I put Kamailio running on it, but I think that phone, I mean, probably the phones have some mechanisms to kill processes that use a lot of battery, because when I tried to push much traffic and Kamailio was using CPU, was killing it. It was like killed by the kernel, which I thought it's kind of protection. I didn't dig in. It was more like a dangerous demo for James Buddy. Probably he will be tomorrow around, as he's interested in 5G, and tomorrow is going to be a presentation about Open 5G's module. But yeah, it was more like a dangerous demo. So athlete saying we run CER 0.8.14 for 16 years in production. Okay, so athlete is not able to join on Jitsi. Okay, so it's with the kids. Yeah, for the European guys, it's already the evening and some of them have to stay with the kids. Joining a live conference could be very noisy. But we choose this time frame to be friendly also for the US and eventually for the Far East Asia. Australia, I think it's already midnight there, but we can't really please the entire world. They didn't make it flat with a single time zone. Okay, next question. Again, whatever you want to ask, code, config, and so on, just say it. I see a question on YouTube. What would be the preferred modules or functions to use for handling refer messages? Well, from Kamailio point of view, refer, it's just forwarded, so we don't do like three-way calling based on the refer. With Kamailio, we'll let the endpoints do it. Usually refer comes part as a dialogue, so it's simply as doing a route header handling with a loose route and then sending out. So that will be in the config file with this route within DLG. Could be also like a refer out of dialogue, and then would be the usual authentication, and then a route through location or whatever you are using there, LCR or dispatcher. Sometimes you may need to adjust the content, like changing some headers there, but there are functions from UAC module text ops that help with that. So it's no dedicated module for that. Maybe if you have some more specific question, like saying, I want to do that with this refer, we can help, but just handling refer and Kamailio initializing a call out of it, we don't support that.
Yeah, I mean, I think context is key on there, just because, you know, by default, most of the core functions of Kamailio will handle refers fine, and you can parse through it however you would like, and get the refer body, the refer anything, and then going from there. But it depends on, you know, what you're trying to do. A lot of times you might have to help asterisk or something like that by or whatever, you know, PBX you're running, by formatting the message a little bit differently. But most everything can be done with just core modules.
Okay, so I see now a couple of questions. I'll start with the YouTube one because it was the first one that I saw. Then it's one on Matrix, and then also here in the chat, but we'll take in the order. We have plenty of time. So from Carlos Escalona, hey, have you seen any performance penalty using Kemi Python compared to the native Kamailio configuration language? Tomorrow, when I have my presentation about this controlling the message content via Kemi, I kept from the last year actually, and it's from actually even older years, some slides there with this performance, which I think I did for Kamailio 5 too, if I'm not wrong. Used to be quite some difference, I think, when running on Debian 9 with the version of Python in that distro, but from Debian version 10 and 11, I expect to be the same. The performance got quite impaired. I mean, between native and Lua, you barely see anything, because also Lua kind of precompiles the script in memory and is very fast. It's used by Redis and GNIX or other applications that focus on high capacity. But again, surprising, Python got a lot of improvements in speed of execution. Probably it was not about Debian version itself. It was about newer version being shipped with newer Debian releases. And I think Python 3 was from the beginning somehow designed with higher speed in mind. So don't expect more than 10% overhead, in my opinion. I think it's still space to improve, because the initial design of the Python module was to follow this object-oriented architecture, and for each message it creates an object. And from my point of view, it can just work with like static function or static modules. I don't know how they are called in Python, that Kamailio can export to Python without the need of creating a new object for each new C message. I'm not using Python myself, and I'm not very familiar with the Python embedding API. But this would be something that if someone wants to do and is familiar with Python API, should be something to look at. So practically just have our KSR library pushed out as a static object or library there, and that's it. That's somehow my feeling that will improve the performance. On the other hand, again, having this kind of around 10% of overhead, probably it's not visible compared then with, you know, like a database query or a DNS query that is not a matter of being native scripting or Lua or Python. This is in memory, and it's about the execution of the functions that we expose to these scripting languages. And as a matter of fact, the C code that we export to Kemi, and that would be Lua, Python, JavaScript, it's a subset of the C code that we expose to Kamailio native scripting language. When we expose to Kamailio scripting language, we have a wrapper around the Kemi function, because we have to translate from our variables, you know, these $RU and so on, to the real string value. And then we call the Kemi functions, because from Python, from Lua, we get already the string value or the integer value. Of course, then it's how the Lua Python builder interpreting tree and so on in memory, but I assume they are like professionals in building the scripting languages, and probably they did it even better than our scripting language interpreter. Like, I'm not sure if people here are familiar with, you know, building interpreters and so on. Practically, you parse and you build an execution tree, and you can have various optimization, like we do with this fix-up with regular expression, or parsing at start time, so detecting constants and so on. And I assume those guys writing Python, Lua, it's like they are focusing and specialized on interpreter languages. So I would not be worried with the latest version. I think performance with Python, it's the last to worry about. Maybe tomorrow we can discuss a little bit more on my slide. I see some questions accumulating here.
Yep, we have one in Matrix too.
Yeah, I saw that on Matrix, and it's from Thomas Lopker. Not really a Kamailio question, but more a general infrastructure question. We are currently using FreeSwitch as a back-to-back user agent, but we are not 100% satisfied. Are there any other projects to look at or experiment with? Now, I mean, if we compare with FreeSwitch and like Kamailio, the usual optimization that is done there, it's offloading from FreeSwitch, and first will be authentication. Like, you know, Kamailio does the authentication, and by that, all this round trip with challenge for authentication doesn't hit the FreeSwitch. Then also offloading encryption, decryption, if you need to do TLS or even WebSocket, interconnecting web RTC endpoints, then you can also do the registration in Kamailio in various ways, everything in Kamailio, or with propagation to FreeSwitch at let's say higher expiry interval. But if you really want to replace FreeSwitch in all its kind of features, the only one I can think in the open source will be Asterix, because then you will have there like audio conferencing, IVR, and so on. This we don't do with Kamailio being a signaling only. To put it in the codes, because Julian Chavanton added a RTP media module. I'm not sure if Julian is still around. He was saying hi on the Matrix at some point to comment on that module. There's not much activity around it, but yeah, some basic audio playing, it's possible with that module. Otherwise, if you want this topology hiding or stripping, I see Fred already answered on the chat. Topos would be a module that you can use with Kamailio, and if you look at what goes out, it looks like call being initiated by Kamailio. So will not be with many via headers or with many record out headers, which is the usual for a proxy-like deployment. So yeah, Topos, if you look for, you know, this splitting in two calls, more or less, looking like call initiated by Kamailio, which sometimes is needed. I met this situation when interconnecting with some old gateways, which seems to support only like point-to-point SIP. They don't understand like multiple record routes or via headers. Not sure if that answered your question, or if someone wants to add what would be a good replacement for FreeSwitch here.
I mean, I just want to jump on Topos has just gotten amazing. And it's phenomenal. I love it for, you know, even just helping with, for example, WebRTC to bridging or something like that, where something that you might be connecting to gets confused by something that might be in the record route, whether it's a switch to TLS or a switch to, you know, WebRTC or, you know, WebSocket. It's Topos has just been phenomenal. I'm really excited about what you were talking about at the beginning of the day with some new features in 5.7 with it. It's becoming great.
Okay, so yeah, that would be from Kamailio as a back-to-back user. But then as an H proxy, you can do a lot to offload from FreeSwitch and increase the performances and maybe even stability of FreeSwitch. And the same applies to Asterix and other applications in the open source space. Okay, then question from DM again on Jitsi Meet. Is it possible to initialize define macro with a value from DB, MySQL or SQLite? Or putting question in a different way, what is the best mechanism to load constants from DB to be used in Kamailio config? What we have now, it's You can specify them in command line. So eventually you can, if it's like a constant that you want to use in the same, like the value should not be changed during Kamailio runtime. So you can give it with minus uppercase A, and then it's like the define name, and then you can specify also the define value. This is something that maybe you can wrap a shell before restarting or starting Kamailio and put all these values as minus a CLI options. You can provide many minus A's, one after the other, so it's not limited to a single value there. Second, I could think of it's via environment variables. With the latest version, we have defining a token, taking the value from environment variables. And here again, could be like wrapper that loads from the database and sets these environment variables, which seems to be common, like running on containers with Docker. A lot of things are set in the environment, and the application takes them from a environment like, I don't know, MySQL URL, some passwords to connect to whatever Redis. And then would be also possible with SQL ops in the way that you have to do it once per process. So you can keep like a $var to know if a query was executed, because the DBR is stored in the memory of the process, but is not overwritten. And if you know this SQL query function, practically you can have different results ID as a third parameter. So first is the connection ID, then the query to fetch these values, and then the result ID. So if you use different results ID, so you can say the result ID defines, and you do it only once based on check on $var being 0 or 1. You load, you do a query for the first message in that process, and storing this result ID defines, set the variable that is wording to 1, and this is a solution that could be done. And the last one, but that I'm not familiar with, let me see what's the name of that module. I think, but this is not Kamailio specific. We inherited from SIP Express router. It's something that CFG. There is a module called CFG_DB. But again, we got it from SIP Express router. The documentation, it's very, very basic. Has some kind of description for the table, but it's not any schema anywhere. But maybe you can sort it out. And apparently, that's the purpose, to load some values in some variables from the database, and then you can get them available via $Ssl. And I think I added recently a variant for this. I think it's like CGP, $CGP, to make a shortcut for this variable, because with $Ssl you have to give the full select path. But this is something that if you want to investigate, and if you do, please update the documentation or say this module it's crap and don't look at. So I would go, if it's something that I have to go in production soon, with the first 3 variants that I provided, either command line parameters, environment variables, or a query done during the first message process per Kamailio child, and keep that in a special result ID that is not going to be free. That will stay for the entire Kamailio runtime.
Have you, what do you think about like that EverExec module that runs
So that's for event route execution. Again, here it's because the SQL query, if it's in the context of the previous question, the SQL query result is per process. It's in private memory. So if the event route is executed by the RPC process, then you have the result only on that one. So it's not in shared memory. Eventually you can move it in shared memory. And yeah, now because I see Fred here and I know he's a big fan of hash table, you can have hash table loading from the database at startup and then use that. And you can even change them at runtime via RPC. So yeah, hash table is maybe another option. Hopefully that answered for DM. So like 4 direction I would look for. And then from Jovan again, I see a question. Is there any issues, challenges, or performance degradation running Kamailio only versus Kamailio plus RTP engine on Docker? I try to stay away from the infrastructure, so I delegate the responsibility to, let's say, customers when choosing when to run Kamailio. I know from some customers that they ended up having Kamailio on Docker by preferring to have RTP engine like on the bare metal because of, you know, a lot of small packages that could somehow maybe break this virtual network interface between, you know, bare metal and virtualization and container and so on. Now, probably depends also on the capacity you want to serve. From C point of view and having Kamailio on Docker, probably you will not have any issue, but maybe with RTP engine and RTP relay in general, probably same for RTP proxy. You can get some issue when it's a lot of traffic, small packages, and you have to relay them. I'm not sure how RTP engine would work there because you can do like in-kernel forwarding from inside the Docker. I'm not sure if it can go outside of the container and control the host. So here again, it's a little bit more into the infrastructure. Maybe someone else can add if they have experience with Kamailio and RTP engine on Docker or Kubernetes or whatever.
I think there was a presentation a long time ago, like 2 years ago, on fine-tuning Docker for RTP. But I think there's exactly what you're saying. There's a lot of things that you have to do in Docker for doing it. I'm one of the guys that would rather have it on bare metal, but then again, we have friends here like Sean McCord that will swear that it's greater than anything having it on Kubernetes or something.
Yeah, I think Shan had a presentation about tuning Docker for real-time communication. I think Simon Wood had a presentation with some experiences, and I think from that I remember they ended up at CMUD to run it on a bare metal. Should be recordings on Kamailio World channel. Not sure which edition, but if you look at the list of videos, probably you can spot by title there. But like personally, I don't manage these infrastructure layers these days. I can't give like, hey, you have to use that type of network interface or whatever other tuning. So here I cannot help. Any other questions? Let me check if it's anyone lost the focus. I see from Fred that help discussion.
Yeah, that was still talking about which one. I guess there's also SEMS. I mean, that's still out there a lot.
Yeah, with a back-to-back user approach. Yeah, SAMS.
Not
And I
for those
think
with the heart.
it was one even in Golang coming as an update to this CP back-to-back user agent, but I'm not sure because the initial CP was Python, and I think Maxim started to rewrite in Golang, but I'm not sure if it ended up in something production ready. Nathan, you want to add or ask?
Go ahead,
Nathan?
Dan. You raised your hand. Oh, I don't know enough about Sims. I know it's a
Yeah, sorry.
yeah, not for the faint of heart. It's I mean, Alex Balashoff loves it, and other people swear by it. I know that it's still who was it that was still doing someone's doing work on it still, I think. So I know it's still being tinkered with, you know, and upgraded and things like that. And but you know, it's solid. I mean, the people that use it swear by it. That's for sure.
Yeah, so yeah,
I use it and it's like, why am I not using something standard?
Yeah, I mean, SAMS, it's indeed dead, but somehow walking dead. I can give more from the perspective of history. It started at the same department as CP Express router, but then the people behind it got hired by other companies not really working on it. Some community took over, but it's not much. I think right now it's actually Juha Heinonen, which is also part of the Kamailio project, also in management, but is the author of like Redis, not Redis, Radius modules and Enum and so on. So I think Juha is the first external contributor to CP Express router with the Enum module, if I remember correctly. But anyhow, among the first external contributors to the project. And he's the one that I notice he's somehow managing the public project, accepting patches and so on. The original developers actually build a commercial product based on SAMS, but the code is not published. And I think there is one PBX or something like that project that also use SAMS. Not sure Yeti or so. I might be wrong, might be using free switch or asterisk, but I think I noticed one of these kind of packaged PBX project on GitHub or GitLab using SAMS. But I think they kind of did a fork for it. It's known to work pretty well as a back-to-back user agent. You might got a bit of hard time till you set it up. It's not documented, but as Fred said, there are companies or people saying, yeah, for back-to-back user agent, you can bet your money on it. Nathan, please add if you want to speak.
Yeah, I'll ask the question. I use SAMS as my unit test for Kamailio. What would you suggest to use against a unit test back to back and user agent? I need something to answer. I need something to go to an IVR. SAMS, for me at least, has been stupid enough to actually work. So I'm really interested in what you would use.
I don't test much the media from my perspective. I know that companies were using mostly asterisks back in the days. Not sure if FreeSwitch has, but with asterisks you could initiate some calls by placing files in a folder and stuff like that. I think RTP got something more into media testing, but I'm not sure what exactly. Maybe you have to pre-record something. So I can't really help here. Maybe someone else. In terms of testing together with the media plane, and maybe tomorrow we'll have Ihor presenting something that is trying to help testing Kamailio and RTP engine at the same time. So should be some media involved. If RTP engine is involved there. And maybe Julian could also, but I'm not sure if he's still here because he also did a lot of work with both SIP and RTP media. And here's the VoIP Patrol, couple of other open source projects published on his GitHub. So Julien Chavanton, the guy that wrote also the RTP media module in Kamailio.
Yeah, I mean, I like SIP-P for most IVR testing because you can't send DTMF on there. You know, and then just you know, it's always fun to write the XML dial plans in that as well. But the so normally if I'm stress testing an IVR or something, I'll use SIP-P with either Asterisk or FreeSwitch to record every, you know, call like once every couple minutes during the stress test, just so we can manually review how it sounds or see what, you know, we think about in a MOS score or something like that. But I guess it kind of depends on what you're testing. If it's just, you know, hey, am I getting this expected result from it? Normally I just use SIP-P. Or I've been actually trying to implement Daniel's more, the because I really like Go, and so that SIP execer is kind of neat.
Yeah, you do realize I hate XML more than, you know, yeah.
Yeah, with the SIP execer is not yet on any media. It was more like a SIPSec replacement as a target, but also with a little bit of more flexibility in creating some scenarios or creating the content. If someone who wants to contribute also on the media capabilities, it's more than welcome and really appreciated. Otherwise, yeah, with SIP-exer, the idea was to have proper TLS and WebSocket support. I was pondering for quite some years going into SIPSec code, but that's C, C++, and adding, you know, WebSocket support. It's quite a lot of work and TLS in the C code. I wanted something that could be eventually easier for others to contribute. And I thought Golang, it's kind of a good balance between having good performance, but being also easy to learn, not messing up with pointers, memory allocation, and other stuff. And I did get some good contributions to this tool, the SIP-exer, not with media capability, or at least not yet. Any other question? I see some spam, I guess. Before that was the one with the it is actually a question, or many. There are many on
two of them I see
on YouTube. Yeah, these spammers. So we have from Paolo Vicentini, Redis, hash or Kamailio hash Any thoughts on that? Performance, infra, overhead. So I assume it's like this between hash table with eventually DMQ replication between Kamailio nodes. So you propagate from a hash table to another, and comparing with Redis, maybe a Redis cluster if you have a large deployment. In terms of performances, I didn't spend time looking at. Obviously, hash table, although it has quite a lot of flexibility, doesn't offer the same set of feature as Redis, because with Redis you have also like order list and more like data types and so on. While with hash table, it's pretty much oriented around our support for string and integer values with quick access from the same instance. There is DMQ replication, and that it's a matter of your infrastructure interconnecting Kamailio instances. I will answer this question more from the perspective whether you have to integrate with other application. In that case, probably Redis it's a better choice because you can push data easier and also watch what's inside Redis, being many libraries for other scripting or programming languages. If would be something maybe more like Kamailio internal, like you replicate IP addresses of who it's flooding you or is trying to attack you, hash table should do the job. And then if it's just a single instance and internal needs for Kamailio, then hash table, I think it's simpler. Like sometimes I have to store source IP, destination IP, or some headers because next hop it's a broken whatever proxy or back-to-back user agent and loses record route or contact or messes up with contact that makes it unusable. I use hash table. But Redis, it's fast enough. If you run it locally, it should be. I mean, in terms of performances, I don't think you can say one or another. It's gonna become the bottleneck in terms of performance. Maybe someone else has other experiences with Redis that can share.
No, I mean, I did an experiment for performance for fun with API ban when I was trying to decide if I should use Redis or you know, just what if I made this into Kamailio. And so I even did an API to go into Kamailio and do the to treat it like Redis for other applications. And there were some features of Redis that were you know, clearly missing that, you know, so if you need those, you can't. There's something in Kamailio that I like more than in Redis, which is you know, your ability to execute something on timeout. So with the event route that you have from HTable when an item expires and things like that. Performance wise, I didn't notice any significant improvement with using Redis over HTable. So to me, it's the, you know, it's I like Kamailio's ability where it's almost a multi-master Redis instead of having to choose one, and then when there's a failure, having to put that back into primary mode. So for that reason, I really like the DMQ aspects of HTable for reliability. So normally I'll actually try to use HTable over Redis if possible.
Okay. Yeah, if you need to execute in the context of Kamailio, like you said, the 7 route on expire, probably hash table, it's the right choice indeed. Okay, I see on this first, just because it's a mention from Bischoff to the Pion Webrtc project to keep an eye. Yeah, it's not supporting SIP at this moment as it's written on this Jitsi Meet chat. But yeah, everyone, if you haven't seen this project and you are interested in Webrtc, probably it's something that you could look at it. Now coming back to the questions, a question from Michelle. Is there any penalty using RTP engine user mode instead of kernel mode forwarding? I'm using it with Docker and kernel mode is disabled in that case. So that confirms what I was trying to sort out, if it's possible to run in kernel forwarding mode with Docker. So likely it's not, as I understand. Yeah, I haven't done benchmarking myself, but I think I saw from Richard Fuchs, the main author of the RTP engine, some report on the mailing list, and should be like an order of magnitude, if I remember correctly. And at least a few times it's for sure, as I got feedback from some customers that initially were a little bit reluctant on running in kernel mode. You know, everyone thinks twice loading a new module in the kernel, you know, because if it's crashing, it's freezing the entire system. But seems to be solid. It's the default mode. So if you don't disable it, kind of runs automatically. And yeah, the capacity, it's at least a few times higher than user space. Now, depends also on your number of active calls. If you run in the range of hundreds, probably makes no difference. But if you want to go to 1,000 and maybe over 5,000, then I think only kernel mode can sustain that in a single instance. Of course, you can run with a cluster of RTP engines in user mode and have this capacity, but single instance, this kernel forwarding should offer much more capacity.
Yes, I mean, I guess the only other caveat would be if you're running like transcoding or something that's going to be in the user space anyway, then clearly it's already in the user space, because that will come out of kernel to do user space. I'm not sure if recording is still done in user space versus kernel.
Okay. Other questions? Let me check the matrix channel. Oh, sweet. Okay, Mark Diaz, long time no see. Mark, glad to see you around. Telecom AI focused. Okay, we go in danger zone with artificial intelligence.
Yeah, Tori has left Voxbone. Today was his last day.
Ah, okay. So wow, so it's on OpenLine AI. I thought it was a question about us, if anyone is focused on. I was looking at the last one somehow, but that could be also something to discuss, like artificial intelligence on telecom. So far, only the big guys probably do this voice transcripts and so on, and trying to get out some knowledge based on it. Of course, this kind of AI IVR, instead of press 1 for I don't know, pizza ordering, or press 2 for pasta, everyone asks you now, what do you like to order, pizza or pasta? And you have to say, and probably behind there is some let's say, artificial intelligence, which translates in most of the cases in some if conditions, and ability to extract like speech to text. More than that, we had some discussion back a few years ago about ability to detect spamming calls, but it's not easy to do on your infrastructure without leveraging these cloud services. But then it comes to the privacy side, because it would be like, let's get the first, I know, 10 seconds or 20 seconds of each call and see if it matches some pattern, like from a robocalling, you know, trying to sell insurance, or, you know, you define how many seconds you find, but then just giving it as it is in clear voice or audio to the providers, you know, could reveal, you know, sensitive information, like people, colleagues, they call in 10 seconds, they can share a password or so. So, and then building like signature, it's not easy with audio because of maybe some background noise or codecs or so. So I'm not, again, this would be more like into media planning. I'm not much into it. From signaling point of view, what we do now, like API, bang, running some honeypots, or, you know, tracking with pipe and pipe limit, it's sort of enough artificial intelligence to detect bad actors. Maybe Stir Shaken solves it also from this perspective in some aspects. In Europe, Stir Shaken is like no topic. Nobody tries to deploy that. I know in US at least it's kind of mandatory now. But if it helps with robocalling and spams, I don't know. But that would be as we discuss about artificial intelligence as topic. Not sure if anyone else wants to add here. If not, and no other questions, probably we can wrap it up as a day and turn off recording, and then we can have, let's say, other questions that should not be, or people prefer not to have them on the recording on the YouTube. Okay, so I see no question. We are actually over the planned time. It was actually an amazing session of questions, probably the best for the online edition so far. Thank you everyone for staying and asking and also answering. And by that, we end the live stream and recording here. If you are on YouTube and you want to participate to the unrecorded session that might continue after, please come on the meet.kamailio.com/live. This is our Jitsi Meet for the conference. Otherwise, thank you everyone, that speakers, participants till this time, and we can stop the recording. See you tomorrow, of course. Don't forget about the end session with the party. Grab some drinks, some cake, and